I'm- Wait, let me make sure my sound is on. Alright, boys, here we are. Let me record this as well in case my stream fucks up. In case I wanna make some fucking, dude, so let's absolutely fucking go. I am more high and drunk than I've fucking been in a long time. I have not streamed in a while. I'm going to go back to that at some point. Jesus Christ, dude, my cheek is like half cut out of that. Well, you know what, I should probably have done this beforehand, but let me just, look at that. What videos do I have? So, of course, yeah, I should watch it. I don't know, like, I just don't really care, to be honest. Oh, dude, yeah, I started looking at this and like immediately I was like, ah, Jesus Christ, they're back on this tangent. Like, here's my maybe since I didn't bother watching this because I saw immediately where they were going and I was like, dude, this is fucking retarded,
Amazon
right?
store with a guarantee on the profits that you're making and a guarantee on the time frames in which you're
dude,
going to make them.
if this was Secular Talk making such a title, I would actually take it seriously. But serious. This is Sam Cedar, okay? Like, okay, now he's probably just talking about some political disagreement. He's probably not talking about like, I don't know, him actually showing symptoms of schizophrenia or something. Like, if it was Secular Talk, that's what I'd imagine. But yeah, let me go back to this talk. So basically, this whole thing with Ron DeSantis, this is gonna be about the incident with Gitmo. Like, apparently Ron DeSantis was an interrogator at Gitmo, and he sort of played a role that, well, it's a duty role. Let's just say that on its face, it's a duty role. Now, my opinion of Ron DeSantis, I mean, he looks like a really nice and charming guy. Like, I'm sure he's very nice to his kids, but when it comes to policies, the guy is fucking insane. Like, I would like to see another 4 years of Trump, although I disagree with every single one of his policies. I just am very fucking salty that during his 4 years in office, I just didn't give a shit about politics. I only cared about Minecraft, and well, now that I'm into politics, I found out that I missed out on a lot. So I would like to get 4 years so I can, get that time back. So that I can actually have the memes in real time. Because now it's like it's old, so I don't give a shit. But yeah, I'm sort of salty about that. But Ron DeSantis, I mean, there'd probably be some juicy stuff. But let's be honest, like, the guy, literally, like, his whole political ideology, more or less, his whole agenda is just, look at these dirty fucking trannies, dude. Like, they're trying to, like, destroy our democracy. And it's like, dude, just shut the fuck up. It's like, how many people are actually trans? And, the thing is, like, the entire premise, they're just running on just so much on this transphobia thing. And, well, yeah, I get that it's, like, it's weird. It's something that's new, and it's, like, yeah, like, I get this whole concept of people thinking, like, it's the same thing with veganism to some extent. Like, oh, it's this new thing. No, like, we've been eating meat forever, and it's like, oh, well, like, I don't remember any past point in time where, like, people were trans. That seems like, I don't know, this seems like some woo-woo bullshit. And it's like, no, actually, it's, like, I hate bringing, parallels to gay stuff, because it's sort of like Holocaust references. Like, Holocaust references are, like, a great thing to put into arguments, I'd imagine, like, when I leave comments and stuff, because, like, it gives you an exact thing, like, yeah, if you can agree that everyone agrees the Holocaust is bad, like, if for some argument that's being, like, fucking challenged, you could just draw parallels to how, well, the Holocaust and that logic of reasoning are both illegitimate for the same reasons. Well, if you can agree on that, you don't have to settle that the Holocaust is bad. Like, that's sort of a given. So if you can just find an argument to say the Holocaust and that are banned for the same reason. That sort of just skips an extra step of having to go down more nuance. So, I think it's sort of the same thing. Like our Holocaust references, I mean, in theory, they're just practical for like I don't know, for arguing with people. They actually speak to our intuitions because parallels do that. But yeah, you can't do that because people get fucking offended and like what you're trying to say just goes right just floats right over their head. But yeah, I think there is an actual dude, I'm so just drunk and high out of my mind. Jesus Christ. But I think there is an actual legitimate parallel to draw here, and it's that, well, gay people, well, intuitively speaking, it doesn't make sense for anyone to be gay because the whole concept behind the whole premise behind why people are attracted to one another in the first place is because the human species is a like sexual species. We reproduce through sexual reproduction, and like that is why we're attracted to one another. That's the whole point. Like, but then what sense does it make for people to be gay? And it's like, well, it just happens. Like, no, there's no logic to try and see behind it. It's like, why are some people born with, like, without legs? Like, being gay is pretty rare. Like, if over 50% of people all of a sudden were gay, it's like, yeah, that sort of doesn't make sense since the like whole reason why attraction exists, why we evolutionarily like no way. Actually, I don't even think we evolved for that. I think we were always that. But the whole reason behind attraction is that. So yeah, it doesn't intuitively make sense for people to be gay either. But then like when you see I don't know a dude making out with another dude, it's like yeah, I wouldn't do that if they're actually doing that. Like I don't think I'd do that to prove any fucking point. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, yeah, I think they're probably fucking gay if they're making out. Like, it is probably real. But then, like, when you see a trans person like, who's going through surgeries that, let me remind you, healthcare in the United States, pretty fucking expensive, dude. Like, yeah, the right and the left are both arguing for free healthcare to some. At least Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is arguing for free healthcare. The right usually doesn't do that. I'm so gone, but yeah, like, why would you imagine like, oh, like some person, let's just say they're straight, right? They're just pretending to be trans because that's sort of the like argument from the right is that it's not true and that these people well the argument really goes like these people are either like they have a fetish for some I've never heard of that like dressing up as the opposite sex because you have a fetish like whatever Tucker Carlson said it so I guess I'll take him at his word because he's Tucker Carlson and I genuinely respect him but like I mean, I've never fucking heard of that. I guess that might be true, but it has to be very rare because I've never heard of it. But government is either that or, like, they're either that or they were sort of conditioned, like, they were, dude, I'm so, what's the word? Like, they were sort of, indoctrinated into that mentality. Now, just first things first, like, let's just get, because I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm so gone, but. Shit, I have to see this too. But, dude, I'm going on such a yeah, I do that in my live streams, I forgot. But yeah, like, if it wouldn't make sense for you to think, oh, well, this person, yeah, they might be making out with a guy, which I would never do, not even to prove a point, but you know what, like, yeah, they're probably doing it to prove a point, right? Like, why would that not make sense? But then, like, someone undergoes surgeries that probably cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, by middle, especially third class standards, that is just unaffordable. Let's just put it that's mildly put unaffordable. Now, I mean, I've never really known any trans people. The only, like, I think I've met, like, two trans people ever, and, like, they were both sort of fucking annoying, to be honest. Like, they were just weird. They wouldn't stop just going on about the fact that they're trans. And it's like, dude, how long could you fucking keep talking about that? Like, I'm trans, there we go. That's, like, literally two words, but yeah, like, that's legit all they would talk about, and, like, I would, dude, that was, like, back in, like, high school, like, beginning of high school, and I was like, dude, like, if that's, like, the most interesting thing you have to talk about in your life and stuff, like, yeah, dude, I'm sort of not interested, so I never got to know them, so, yeah, I've never really known any trans people, like, the only ones I sort of knew were sort of just weird, I didn't really, like, I didn't have a problem with them, they weren't ever assholes to anybody, they, like, didn't fucking interest me at all, but, yeah, like, I can still recognize when I see, like, people like the Humanist Report seeing what's happening to trans people and all, it's like, this is actually a marginalized group. Like, you would never see any mainstream outlets such as Fox News or the Daily Wire say slender all black people as pedophiles. They would get cancelled instantly. But that's the thing with trans people, and again, like you see them undergo these procedures. Would any reasonable cis person chop off their dick to prove a point permanently? I mean, I'm sure we, like, actually, I just realized, dude, this is so fucked up. Like, I used to live stream on Minecraft and just, like, have an open Discord and have people just randomly join. Like, some people would just, Jesus Christ, the Hypixel UHC community was just, yeah, they, like, some of them would send me in DMs, like, pictures of, like, the Pain Olympics or whatever. And they would do that. Uh, I don't think there's I don't think that represents any percentage of the population. Probably 0 point, like a few 5 zeros and a 1, but I don't know why I went on that tangent. Yeah, you have probably met a trans person before. Like, you've probably met, like, you've probably seen at least two trans people in your life. And it's like, does any, like, does it make sense that a percentage of the population that would be significant enough to be talked about on a mainstream level, like, does it make sense that this percentage would be willing to do all of that just to prove a point, just to further their party's agenda? And now into the, okay, so the fetish thing, okay, that's weird that they would do all of that because there are surgeries too. I mean, they could just dress up as a woman. They don't have to undergo the surgeries and stuff. Like, that's insane. But, like, yeah, if you're going to say that these people are indoctrinated, I mean, what sense would it make? Like, how stupid would you have to be to actually have anyone be able to confuse you into genuinely thinking you're the opposite gender? Like, do you think anyone, let's just say you're a cis man or a cis woman, do you think anybody could genuinely convince you that, yeah, actually, you're just like, who is that confused in their head that, like, anybody could actually trick them, whatever the arguments may be, into thinking that you, like, yeah, you should chop your dick off and replace it with a vagina? Um, no, like, people are just not that stupid. That makes no sense. But yeah, like, Ron DeSantis really runs on that thing more than like, he's very anti-trans rights, and, like, I don't fucking like that at all. Like, that is, like, the most of the stuff I've heard about him. And, yeah, apparently he's trying to restrict free speech a lot. Like, I've heard he was trying to register journalists under the government, and it's like, yeah, that guy, no, I don't know, like, it doesn't sound too stunning, so I don't like Donald Trump's policies. I would like him to come back to the White House just for the fucking memes. So I do hope he gets reelected. I am vouching for him. But Ron DeSantis, it's like, holy shit, dude. I don't know, like I'm sure he's a nice person again, but yeah, this issue, I really have to defend him on this because this is just retarded. So basically, keyword hit terrorists. Now, apparently, a lot of people at Gitmo were not actual terrorists. Like, they were just put there. But apparently, like they were put there under false reasons. But again, that's not Ron DeSantis's fault. Did Ron DeSantis make Gitmo? Did he organize Gitmo? Like, is Ron DeSantis like? So is Ron DeSantis to Gitmo like Mr. KFC to KFC? Like, did he like found Gitmo? Let me go get some water because this tastes like cancer. I cannot drink it like that. You know. Cause dude, I need to shut the fuck up. Why can I not stop? Yeah, because of that, yeah. Yeah, good. That's how I should be streaming, alright? So yeah, as far as Ron DeSantis, as far as it's reasonable to assume Ron DeSantis might have known about the situation, that was not a complete sentence, but it's reasonable to assume that his assumption was that these people were terrorists. Now, a lot of these people, we all know Tucker Carlson is a nationalist, he's pretty open about it. I would imagine Ron DeSantis is probably, if he's not a nationalist, he's at least probably sympathetic to it. I mean, like, yeah, I'm sure the concept of patriotism probably resonates with him. And the thing is, everybody sort of has an unconscious bias or a conscious bias when it comes to human empathy, how far it extends. Now, like, I've said this at least once in a live stream before. Like, but you'd be very surprised. I live in Louisiana, and well, yeah, you would be surprised. But in high school, when people actually started talking about politics, many people are on the left. Like, I remember, like, I don't remember what it was, but like the teacher in one class like said something, and like there were like maybe 25 students, like legit, like three of them were like, how the fuck is this guy? How the fuck is Trump not being assassinated yet? And everybody was fucking laughing. Like I'm pretty sure I was one of the people who said that. Jesus Christ. I mean, I've been fucking saying that, but yeah, people are very fucking left-winged, in my state, and, let me look at what the fuck I was gonna say. Yeah, what I was gonna say, good thing I remembered, that, like, pretty much everybody in my class is, like, we'd have CNN Student News, which would be, Call Zeus, like, we'd have that play, mostly in, like, social studies types classes, and, I remember, like, whenever it'd pop up on the news, like, oh, well, this tragedy happened, and, like, people, like, more than 10 people died, like, in this place that is, like, not at all close to us. And, like, right after, it's like, oh, yeah, like, in the United States, like, really close to us, actually, like, yeah, two people died. It's like everybody, Republican or Democrat, would, like, be way more, like, that would resonate a lot more with them. And, like, the thing is, the Republican Party in general, they tend to be more open about where their human empathy extends, and it tends to extend to our borders, the national level. So, yeah, people on the right tend to be very pro-borders, and I mean, that's really, in my opinion, I think that is sort of a disconnect between, like, conservatism in general and libertarianism, and I'm a libertarian and I'm absolutely pro, but I think borders are just fucking I mean, I don't think they're insane. I completely get why they're there, that makes sense, but I don't think it's moral at all. Like, morally speaking, I get it on a legal level. Like, I get the nationalist position. People tend to like this trauma and it is racist, but it's not a racial argument. It's a practical one. But I think, like, sorry, if you take like the practical aspect aside and you simply put it in terms of morals, and I know that two both matter, but we should at least take a look at both of them first. So, like, as a like morally speaking, well, firstly, I think it's a fair argument to make that like the concept of trespassing public property, such as a country, which shouldn't be private property because land doesn't belong to us, the world doesn't belong to us. Like, yeah, I think that's an oxymoron, but like morally speaking, it's a yeah, I really think it's fair to say that it's sort of like segregation by country. And again, this isn't a race thing, but there's a parallel to it. So it's not the same thing, but morally speaking, if we take away like the practical argument would be let me get behind that first because it's like sure. So the practical argument would be like yeah, like where democracies don't work that well on large scales, like on worldwide scales, and it's better for us to have different sovereign countries which have their own government because on top of that, like if there was just one big country, if that country turned fascist, it's like who would be there to stop them, right? Like if that country was Hitler, well, that would be it, right? So yeah, there are a lot of arguments for why there shouldn't be just one great country. It's good for countries to be separate and sovereign, but like on there just follows that like yeah, countries have to be separated in some respect, and I guess some people could say that means no letting people in, but the argument against letting people in would be, well, we can't take the misery of the world on our shoulders because, well, I mean, as much as we'd like to take these people because we're a moral country, that's why we have democracy, which is the people's will. No, like that's obviously driven by like fucking principle over just goals, right? So I'm saying right a lot. But yeah, the practical argument would be, well, as much as these people do very much deserve just as much as any American to get to live the American dream, like if we just take the world's misery on our shoulders because it's the right thing to do, if we can't really handle these people, well, I mean, do we want to stay a sovereign country? If we take the world's misery on our shoulders, like we won't be able to take care of ourselves anymore. We should take care of ourselves before taking care of others because if we don't, we'll just crumble down to their level and then who's going to help them? We're going to be down to their level and that's not going to be good for anyone. So I think that's a decent argument. I mean, obviously there are some holes in that, such as the fact that immigrants actually contribute more to social security and such than like they put more into the system than they take out in general. But I mean that's got nothing to do with say a racial argument like that because your ancestors were born closer to the equator, making them evolutionarily adapt to being more resilient against skin cancer. It's like because of that they shouldn't have equal rights. Like you see the difference in the two arguments. One is made on common sense, and the other one is made based off of the 100 layers of being dropped as a child challenge. So clear fucking difference, but yeah, the moral argument like for yeah the moral argument for borders. I forgot why I went on this tangent, but yeah. Dude, why am I still talking about this, actually? Jesus Christ. Actually, let me try to get back on topic, because I'm being a complete retard here. So Ron DeSantis, yeah, like, he's obviously, like, Republican, and he feels that these people, well, they have committed acts of violence, acts of terrorism, against our country. I mean, like, what do you think when you think of a terrorist? yeah, people who are trying to kill and threaten like American people, and yeah, like such people, why would you want to, like, wouldn't it make sense to not have any moral fucking empathy for them? Not that was that's not a like, to not feel any remorse for them, to be mad at them. Like, imagine the average, like, I don't know, Osama bin Laden. Like, if you got to punch him in the face, if someone got to punch him in the face and they did it, uh, like, would that make them a bad person? Like, it's obvious, especially him probably being a nationalist, that when he thinks of terrorists and his duty to his country, like, he's absolutely repulsed by these people, and he thinks like these people did horrible things, so they just, like, he has the mentality of, well, I know this might be really fucked up, but like for the what's it called, for the sake of this country, to like honor this country, I cannot allow myself to have pity for these people, because like the country deserves better than that of me. And yeah, like these terrorists should not have like, I should not have mercy on these people, because like they are, like, yeah, they're terrorizing fellow people of mine, like people who I can really empathize with. They're doing horrible things to them, and the American people who I represent and care about would not appreciate it if I showed people who are trying to kill them any mercy. And even though that might be a human instinct, a human instinct, like, Ron DeSantis probably had to think to himself, look, I have to get over that. I have to be the bigger man, and I have to realize, like, no, like, I have to show these people no mercy, because like, these people they did that. Now apparently they didn't kill anybody, but yeah, like, if you imagine, like, be in Ron DeSantis' shoes, what have you heard about Gitmo? Like, most people probably who, yeah, people who go and like murder like 17 people, like, would it not be reasonable to think, yeah, I'm going to like do my job, like interrogating them? It's sort of my job as a person who's just having to, like, this is a duty job that someone has to take. Like, yeah, it's just in the people's best interest that I not show these people mercy, because they don't deserve any. Now, apparently that wasn't true, but yeah, let's just see that clip. Dude, I'm
Can I just
so
say,
gone.
I don't know if all of your audiences or any of you know this. Have you seen the bombshell
By
about
the
the
way, I absolutely love this guy. Like, he is absolutely wrong whenever he talks about Tucker Carlson specifically, but yeah, I really love when he addresses like the homelessness issue, the trans issue. Like, he actually cares about the actually marginalized group. Like, he's not just, I don't know, CNN, just black people, just like Jews during concentration camp time, bro? It's like, yeah, as if like, being accused of being a pedophile on mainstream media and inheriting a victim card from your grandparents were comparable on any level. So yeah, I definitely like this guy, even though I disagree with him on a lot of issues. Fuck a lot of issues. Yeah,
that just came
wow,
out?
I got to 7 seconds and I could. Yeah, dude, that's what happens when I'm drunk. I can't shut the fuck up. Even about. Dude, like, I should probably try to,
Like
though.
No.
the whole Guantanamo Bay shit?
Oh yeah.
Oh, where he tortured?
So-
He was a torturer.
Okay, so he wasn't personally a
Mhm.
torturer. He was someone who people who were tortured would have to speak to and would lie to them about being the good cop, basically being like, "Hey, by the way,
Yeah, that's what he. So, yeah, like, obviously that was, pretty, like, that's a duty job. But then when you consider it in the, like, from the angle of, well, I have to do this, somebody has to do this, this is a duty job that someone has to take, and well, I want to represent the American people, it's reasonable to think, well, let me put my feelings aside for the people who these terrorists probably killed, um, like in their honor, let me just set my feelings aside and just not allow myself to pity these people and just allow myself to do my job the way I should, which is mercilessly, because some jobs have to be done that way. Again, it's a duty job and someone has to do it. So he probably thought, he probably was hurt by having to do that. Like I couldn't imagine having to do that. That would really hurt me. I'm sure it hurt him, but yeah, someone had to take that job, and he was the courageous guy who stood up and said, I have to take that job, because someone has to. And the people who these terrorists killed, what's it called? Not clearance, yeah, they deserve closure, and maybe by hurting these people as much as they probably hurt the ones who were their victims, which is why anybody would assume they'd be there in the first place. Yeah, that would be a way to approach that, given that Ron DeSantis is a human being, and human beings in general are compassionate people who don't just enjoy torturing people for the sake of it. Maybe the fact that as far as he might have known, these people were terrorists, and well, someone has to interrogate them, and interrogation can be very dirty. It's meant to be dirty. Yeah, he had to do a very dirty job, and that dirty job has to be done by fucking someone. Interrogating terrorists, I'm sure that isn't fun. I'm sure nobody, if you ask any of your friends, hey, what do you want to do when you grow up? I know someone called Farage, actually, who said he wanted to be homeless. So yeah, I've known more people who said they wanted to be homeless when they grew up, unironically, than people who have said that they wanted to interrogate fucking terrorists. He just saw that as, I have to put my feelings aside, and for the sake of these fucking victims of these terrorists, I have to do my job right. Yeah, I'm repeating myself. Maybe I should get some more water, because I'm probably gonna drink more. Dude, I drink so much. Holy shit. I don't know, I haven't really been drinking over the past, few days. I sort of tried to cut down on that, but yeah, uh, not anymore. No, I'm gonna keep drinking on you occasionally. It's probably fucking better for me. Costs too much, just lots of shit, dude. But wow, what fucking tangent did I go on? This is not all the. I just remembered that title of my video. This is probably nothing to do with what I was talking about in the beginning.
Are you being treated well? What scares you? And then learn which torture was the most horrifying. This is a first-hand account from someone who was there while they were being tortured, and apparently during some of the worst torturing would be laughing in the background because he was the one who fed other people information about that. And
yeah, because he probably felt no remorse for these people, because he was thinking about what they probably did to fellow Americans to get put in that place. Again, when you think of Gitmo, you probably think of people who did horrible things, ended many lives, caused many people who had families to be in fucking just be in fucking ruins, be absolutely catastrophized by what they did. So yeah, it makes sense from him trying to think about this from a standpoint of these are people who did that to these Americans. That's probably the best mindset you could see this from if you're going to interrogate terrorists. Like, see this as, look at what these people did. Keep that in the back. This is what these people did. They deserve what's coming to them. I get him having no remorse for people who might have legit murdered people. Legit just murdered people. Like, yeah, if I could get behind my head, like, if I could, think, like, wow, like, these people might as well have murdered members of my family for no justifiable reason. Like, yeah, I could probably get behind laughing or... Imagine if someone murdered my mother. Yeah, I would definitely feel joy feeling them being tortured. And then I'd just fucking kill myself. Because I couldn't imagine that. But, like, yeah, like, if you think about it from the angle of, imagine what these people must have done to fellow people who were just like me. People who have lost loved ones because of that. Like, yeah, then it makes you feel a lot better to be doing such things and to be like treating them in such a manner when you consider context.
I was like,
Oh
how
my
does
God.
no one knows this
Okay.
about DeSantis?
So hold
This
on.
is horrifying.
You're saying that
Oh,
Ron
God.
DeSantis is a bad person?
Right.
Saying, we're saying worse than we knew. Worse than we knew.
Worse
okay?
than who?
That doesn't necessarily mean it. I completely see why that would look very bad on him, but no, I definitely get anyone who'd like fall for that, but I don't think that necessarily makes him a bad person. I disagree with that. Dude, what in the fuck? Okay, let me just put some more alcohol in this. Okay, boys. But I want fucking cigar wraps. I'm so glad I bought like so many of these like plastic things. So like, a friend actually had a lot of them and just fucking gave them to me too. So, like, bro, you don't gotta gar some shit, but you have like some, I don't know, some of those. Like the ones made out of wood are the best. Just take the fucking nicotine out and just fucking put weed in them, bro. Like, the ones with plastic are fucking annoying because eventually they melt, but like, I know, the ones with wood last so fucking long. Bill. Yeah. And by the way, yeah, I'm pro legalization of all drugs.
I keep trying to tell y'all, on my side of the internet, we fucking know.
Black Twitter was all over.
Alright, whatever. I'm gonna just get to Tucker Carlson real quick because... Yeah, so... Let me get back to history. Yeah, so... Okay, let me get to the last video I saw.
Solutions 8 is my
We already
plugin to
commented
that
on
network
that.
and resource of what's new in Google Apps.
And
Peekaboo, Paul Stamets here. Welcome to the Enchanted Forest of Host Defense. Here, hidden...
Dude, the
This is
last
fun.
that I saw on this was so fucking
Charlie
good.
Kirk ran to the defense of Tucker Carlson yesterday, but then ran away from
It
it
was like the
just as
stupidest
quickly.
defense ever.
Before we get into Charlie Kirk's defense, this is the context for it. So more and more texts are being revealed
No,
from the Dominion
face
lawsuit,
down, so.
which show that Fox News hosts explicitly knew behind the scenes that the election fraud stuff being peddled by Trump and the crazy surrounding him like Giuliani and Sidney Powell.
This is one day ago. Like, General, what is that? What is that? What is this? Okay, General, wait, what? Is that actually like a, I don't know, a label for the video or something? I've never seen that one. Yeah, that must be new. What? Indeed, I'm surprised they're so late on this. Like, the Dominion lawsuit with like these text messages being leaked, which I don't see why like that entire stuff had to be leaked, but yeah, like this is more than one fucking day old, buddy. Like actually let me see how old this was. Let me see and I was a bit late to cover that too because I fucking always am. Yeah, I made a live stream that 2 weeks ago. Yeah, so I covered this 2 weeks ago. They're just covering this today. I'm sure they've covered it before, but just a day ago, Charlie Cook released it. I just realized, this is the second time I'm watching this video. Like, Charlie Cook, just realized, like, after posting it a day ago, like, with new information, like, what they're gonna say is, oh, well, he realized that this actually didn't play in Tucker's favor, considering the new info, but, like, the new info, that I saw in this video, pretty much the same thing as the old info. Like, Tucker Carlson, like, behind the fucking scenes hates Trump. Like, this is not new. Like, it is definitely not new, I could tell you that.
Was bullshit. That, of course, they understood that, and yet publicly they were singing a very different tune. That's central to what Dominion needs to prove in this case. And more texts, as I said, are being revealed from some of the hosts, namely Tucker Carlson, showing how he really feels behind the scenes. And
why are they showing more and more? Like, isn't one enough? Like, I feel like at this point they're just invading his privacy, like, for the sake of it.
And how disparate that is from his public commentary, where he's paid tens of millions of dollars to peddle false information. The New York Times compiled 5 of the highlights of Tucker Carlson going after Donald Trump behind the scenes.
Yeah, so basically I've talked about this already in this live stream right here, but yeah, like, you could probably find the link in here. Tucker Carlson has said, like, at least multiple times. There was one, like, when Will Kane interviewed him, like, yeah, he said, yeah, I lie sometimes. Like, if I'm really cornered or something, I lie. I try never to lie on TV. Like, that's pretty much what he said. And guess what? He stayed pretty damn consistent with that, because yeah, again, most people lie sometimes because people aren't God. Unlike God, people like Tucker Carlson actually exist, and people lie. That's just a thing. Most people fucking lie sometimes, and Tucker Carlson really was cornered. Like, if he he had spent his whole life, like, I don't know, like, at least 10 years, right, just building up, like, the foundations for the base he is now and the reach he has to push whatever he wants to push. Like, yeah, he's built up this audience, and if he wanted to keep being able to spread the message that he really believed in, that he was currently spreading, and that he hoped to keep spreading, if he wanted to be able to keep having a positive impact on the world, well, he pretty much had to do a business decision or do the moral thing, which, again, like, that's really the whole concept of right wing. Facts don't care about your feelings, and if you want to keep, like, sometimes on the basis of moral principles, you have to do dirty things in the favor of the greater good. Like, that's just, yeah, you have to choose the better of two evils. So, yeah, it makes sense in those circumstances to go fact over feeling. And, yeah, Tucker Carlson sort of realized, like, I do not like Trump, but if I don't pander to Trump, who's sort of, like, ruined the right-wing movement, of course, I love the fact that like, that's why I got into politics. Like, Trump sort of turned the political landfield into a meme, into entertainment. And, of course, I was into Minecraft. I was into the YouTube thing. Like, I love Dolan Dark, dude. You think I wouldn't like that for a second? You're wrong. But Tucker Carlson didn't like it, of course he wouldn't. And, yeah, well, guess what? He sort of, if you wanted to keep being able to push a message that he seriously believed in, well, he had to lie about this, or his career would be ruined. And, yeah, he was really cornered, and he lied. No shit. And that is why he is still fucking lying. After the Dominion lawsuit, he has doubled down on this. Yeah. Because he is still cornered. Like, I mean, Jesus Christ, like, what do people not get about this? Yeah, Tucker stayed very consistent on that.
Scenes, but again, publicly being quite supportive. This is how Tucker really feels about Trump. This is from November 2020. So November 6th, right? Is that election day or close to it? Either way.
That would be, right?
Alex Pfizer, one of the producers who works on Tucker Carlson's show. I think that's his personal assistant. Pfeiffer, sorry. Pfeiffer says, Trump has a pretty low rate at success in his business ventures. Tucker Carlson responds, that's for sure. All of
Yeah, hasn't he gone bankrupt like multiple times? And like, hasn't TYT, like, Cenk Uygur, the guy who was like, I don't know, he has many conspiracy theories. I have a conspiracy theory that is probably actually true, and it's that he was dropped on the head. Yeah, didn't this guy sort of, like, I don't know, guess that, Tucker was referring to Trump when he, I don't know, like, fucking said, some bullshit about, like, going bankrupt, and, like, there was 3 coincidences, and it's like, that's 3 for Illuminati, bro. It's like, that type of shit, and one of them was, like, I don't know, 3 failed marriages or whatever, like he was divorced, like, 3 times, except it's 4, something like that, like, it was sort of solid, not really solid, and, like, he had 3 of those, and it's like, yeah, I get why you would make a video on that, like, most people who have a YouTube channel who also have integrity, they wouldn't make a video on that, but it's like, dude, you're a clickbaiter, you're sort of like CNN, like, you don't have integrity, no shit you're gonna do that, right? And I'm just kidding, it's like, I'm sure Cenk Uygur has integrity deep in his heart, like, he's just so stupid probably that I mean, I don't know, I mean, I saw him debate Tucker Carlson, like, he's a bad debater, for sure, I mean, when he debated Ben Shapiro, I mean, Ben Shapiro literally was like bringing up for an argument against free healthcare. Look at this, like, fucking third world country that's like, I don't know, like literally like the poorest country you've ever heard of. Well, they have free healthcare under the law, and they, like, I don't know, like, you'll probably fucking die over there if you have a deadly disease, right? And he didn't even, like, Cenk Uygur didn't have the brain cells to bring up like, all the countries in Europe, such as France, where I come from, where they have, it's a first world country, so more comparable to the United States, and healthcare actually works over there. Like, so Cenk Uygur, yeah, I take that back. He's actually probably a moron. So, yeah, like, by those standards, dude, I'm so drunk. Like, yeah, I'm sure that he sort of, like, found out that, yeah, clickbaiting more, like, he really liked having people give him attention, because since he's stupid, people probably laughed at him when he was a kid, like, between the fact that he's an immigrant and that he could probably be confused with this victim perplex, that if people are making fun of him for being stupid, and he's an immigrant, they're probably actually making fun of him for being an immigrant. I mean, he loves identity politics now, so who knows when that started? Maybe as a kid, that's probably not true, because that'd be, well, about as stupid as his typical conspiracy theories are, but, yeah, like, he did all that shit, so let me get off that tangent real quick. I was mentioning all that because, yeah, like, dude, basically, Tucker doesn't like Trump. Okay, makes fucking sense. Like, yeah, anyway, let me just, to hold shit. Imagine if I actually had viewers right now. That'd be fucking hilarious. Yeah.
Of them fail. What he's good at
Fucking
is
epic
destroying
shit.
things. He's the undisputed world champion.
I
of
mean, he destroyed the Republican Party. To be honest.
that. Okay. How about a few days later, on Trump saying he was going to skip Biden's inauguration? Tucker Carlson is texting another staffer. I'd heard that about the inauguration. Hard to believe. So destructive. It's disgusting. I'm trying to look away.
Smelling salts over here.
Weeks later, late November, Tucker Carlson's texting with Laura Ingraham. I had to make the White House disavow her, speaking about Sidney Powell, which they obviously should have done long before, Laura Ingraham says back. No serious lawyer could believe what they were saying, Carlson. But they said nothing in public. Pretty disgusting, which is what you're doing. But whatever. And now...
No, dude. Like, if Trump hadn't, like, Trump is sort of the master guy. At least he was at that time. Like, if he said something, his base would go along with him. And, yeah, like, they, like, whoever they're talking about, I'm so gone, dude. I probably shouldn't have hit that the last time, but, yeah, like, this myth, whatever you're, like, this election stolen thing, it came from somewhere, and once it became a status quo, like, Fox News was put in a position where, like, it's now the status quo on the right, so you either, like, repeat that, or, well, your reputation is pretty much gone. You want to keep being able to spread a message you believe in, well, you sort of gotta go with this guy on this. Like, I mean, yeah, you have every reason to say, well, I don't like lying to my viewers. And Tucker Carlson's been really honest about this. If I'm really cornered, I lie. Yeah, most people do that. But I try never to lie on TV. Yeah. I mean, he tries never to lie on TV, and that time he really had to. And guess what? He was so cornered that, well, guess what? He is still cornered, and now he is doubling down on this even after he got sued. Yeah, he sort of had to fucking say that. And now he still has to fucking say it. Like, why else, after a lawsuit, imagine if Alex Jones was still, like, on his thing, like, talking about how Sandy Hook was actually a myth. It's like, that might actually cause another defamation trial. But, like, Tucker is really playing with fire here, and he's sort of doing that because, like, he has to do fucking damage control. And obviously he'd be mad about that if he was principled. And this isn't even to save his private image. Like, you're arguing, oh, this is what he thinks privately. But, like, I mean, if he is saying this is disgusting, obviously he's principled. Obviously he disagrees with that shit. Let me take another fucking shot, dude. Jesus Christ. Let's absolutely fucking go, dude. I have another bottle after this one. If I need that. Yeah, now. Man. Nick. Dude, I'm really surprised. I am only saying the nigga word now. I'm really surprised, and that's a good thing. YouTube is getting, like, more and more Hitler shit. I think I mentioned that on my Discord earlier. Like, I mean, yeah, dude, YouTube just made a fucking, like, new creator studios thing about how, like, they're just admitting now, apparently, that they had been censored. You know what? Fuck that shit. Let me go on history, okay? I probably have it right here. Yeah.
Okay, folks.
So you could just watch that shit. Talking about censorship. Do y'all want to share the like to dislike ratio on this video? Let's fucking go. Also, y'all willing to explain why I had to edit this comment with copy paste and letters like 4 times to be able to see it on a different account. And yeah, I would say probably more than 5 times actually. And if y'all are wondering why I was trying to see it on a different account, well, you see that I have 7 legs here, 8 legs here. If you go here, like, yeah, I was just, like, you're allowed to do that, by the way. Like, as long as you don't bot your stuff. Like, I just happen to have these accounts for, like, different reasons. Dude, I sort of had a Minecraft survival gaming account, and I already had multiple accounts that I was using for different stuff, like a school account and an actual like upload videos on the account, because like my school account I had a YouTube account with my school account, but it wasn't really reliable. Like I couldn't really post stuff on there, so yeah, like I sort of was using that like on different fucking stuff, right? So like yeah, I have different accounts for different things, and like bro, dude, that just helps your comments in the algorithm. So as long as you're not botting it, yeah, that's sort of why I do that. But yeah, if you see this video, like they're just admitting now that they were censoring, at least that they were demonetizing videos, legit just for having curse words in them, which he is now just shamelessly just saying all throughout the video, just to try acting cool. I mean, like, dude, like, it's so pathetic because, well, comments, that's a new thing, you gotta address that, like, yeah, if you try to type a comment, people, yeah, I think that's what this comment was about, yeah, like, this is sort of a new thing, it can't be more than a year old, like, at worst, like, people can, at some point, if you put, allow all comments, every single comment, no comment would get filtered out. And now, like, if you type a comment, YouTube will automatically filter it out. Like, before that was known. Like, iDubbbz even made a content comp response on Leafy. I'm sure some of you will know that if anyone fucking watches this ever. But, like, yeah, some people definitely know about that. Well, Leafy, to avoid, like, spam and shit, on his comments, he, like, put in his filters on YouTube, because you have those. You can actually automatically, set your defaults to filter out certain comments with just, like characters of your choice, like any, texts, or, like, strings, or whatever you want to call it, of your choice, like, you can filter those out, but, yeah, Leafy banned the word chin and iDubbbz, I think, because he didn't want that spam shit, and, of course iDubbbz called him out for it. And usually when a comment gets filtered out, you imagine either it's because they have, like, they don't have the comments set to, like, all comments allowed, but, like, I wouldn't have that problem, because I had always set it to all comments allowed. And Jesus Christ, on my Minecraft survival gaming channel, most comments would have been filtered under the comment system. But, now comments just get automatically deleted. Like, if your comments are not showing, if they get censored, it's usually because YouTube deleted it. And dude, I'm constantly having flame wars on YouTube with people, especially in videos like this, because I'm fucking autistic. I mean, especially in videos like this, because I'm fucking autistic. And yeah, when people's comments get censored out, they usually blame the creator and call them fascists. Well, thing is, it's YouTube, and that's why I put Heil Hitler. Because YouTube is the one who's, like, doing these fascist things. Now, of course, their own platform, I believe in their right to autonomy, because I believe in liberties, and, well, yeah, that's one of the main reasons why I'm on the right wing. I'm libertarian, and Of course, these platforms should have the rights to censor whoever the fuck they want, but if they do that, they're sort of not pro-free speech now. Fucking are they? Because if you're pro-free speech and you're principled, you would actually apply these principles to, say, how you rule your website. And it's fine to, like, censor spam or such, but, like, this is a whole different thing. Like, censoring things that are offensive, like, that's completely fucking different. And it's comments, dude. Like, you're not talking about videos here, you're talking about comments, and you didn't address them, so... Yeah, YouTube's gone full fucking just insane mode, and, well, how about Twitter? Well, yeah, Twitter, I am currently banned. I believe I appealed, like, on the first fucking day, dude. Let me make sure I'm still alive. Yeah, my account's still locked. And, well, let me see why. It doesn't show here, but let me just go to my Gmail where it actually shows it. Let me see. Dude. What? Oh, yeah, I had to make that stuff. Wait, Twitter? Yeah, probably gonna have to go on that for that. Yeah, so... This is what I put. Your account has been locked for violating Twitter rules. Now let me try to see. What did Ben Shapiro say that, Okay, I will fucking find this, okay? Okay, so... Yeah. This was like a week ago, so I'm like banned still for 1 day, so... It was probably 6 days ago. Wait, what day is it? 10, so... Yeah. Okay, so it should have been on the 4th, probably. Did I just see Tucker Carlson? That's Andrew Tate. Why is he... What? What? Why is he tweeting shit of Andrew Tate? Like, the guy's being sort of, like, convicted for child trafficking? Wow, that's, Dude, Ben Shapiro, as I've always... He must have had, like, some reason for that. I don't think he does drugs. I'm sure he had some fucking reason. Like, oh, he probably doesn't know that Andrew Tate, like, did sex trafficking. That's pretty insane. So, wait, yeah, so it should be on March 4th, actually. Yeah, wait, March 4th. Yeah, he was talking about the... Well, I'm just so gone that I just can't fucking remember what the fuck it was. Bro, like, yeah, dude, I think that sort of gives it away. Like, he was pretty much strawmanning the trans movement as being, like, trying to be pro-women's rights and, like, or some shit, like, he was saying that trans people are against women's rights or something. Yeah, I don't fucking know, but I wrote, that's not what the trans movement is about. It's got nothing to do with women's rights. It's all to do with trans rights. These people aren't trying to stand for women's rights. They just have a mental disorder known as gender dysphoria, and they would like to get treated. So, well, it seems that Elon Musk, like, as much as I'm sure he had good intentions, he didn't really stop, Twitter from staying this libtard fucking platforms that censors anything that they might find offensive. Like, yeah, it seems that this fucking libtard shit is still going on, so yeah, both YouTube and Twitter still seem to be equally fucking authoritarian, which, like, Elon Musk was supposed to fucking fix that, like, it seems he didn't manage to fucking do it, which I'm surprised. I mean, he was always a very well-respected person. I guess he just didn't have enough expertise in that field, and he just bought the company because he, like, believed in somebody, didn't know how to do it. But that, I don't know, like, he's a smart guy. He should. I don't know the fucking story behind that, but let me keep seeing this shit.
Trump, I learned this morning, is sitting back and letting them loose in the Senate. He doesn't...
I just realized how, like, far my tangent had gone. Like, this is like a fucking year old that I was watching this shit. Bro, I don't know, dude. This is a big enough shot. It's barely a shot. Yeah, it's a millimeter tall, dude. Good fucking shit. Get some more weed in there, bro. By the way, weed is legal in my state. I'm just kidding. But it should be. So. It's pretty good. Alright. Let me move a bit to the back to remember what the fuck this is about. I'm going to bet on I have no comments so far. And I would be right. Let's keep going.
Could believe what they were saying, Carlson. But they said nothing in public. Pretty disgusting. Which is what you're doing. But whatever. And now Trump.
Yeah, he was pushed into that corner. And he, since he's obviously principled, as you're seeing here in private, yeah, he has, his reservations for the people who made him do that. He doesn't agree with this lack of principles because he himself is fucking principled. Like, how do you not get this? Oh, well, that's sort of weird that he said that in private. Fucking why do you think that is, jackass? Like, dude, I feel like I'm sort of being a jackass. Like, I get why people, like, especially if trans people hate Tucker Carlson. Like, he's very misled on that. And, like, I know, I saw that he, like, spread libs of TikToks and, like, all of that stuff. Like, I mean, I'm sure libs of TikTok also was trying to be genuine, but, they have an agenda, and, like, that agenda sort of pushed them to go and, like, push false information that was sort of, like, them trying to go off of the premise that, like, their narrative is right, and just walking backwards from that conclusion. Like, that sort of led to Boston's Children's Hospital being, like, yeah, like, not, they got bomb threats and shit, like, but it's, like, it was interrupting surgeries that were being done on, yeah, kids, along with other people, and the funny thing is, like, Boston's Children's Hospital never performed these surgeries on minors. Like, that's been fact-checked. Like, I'm surprised they didn't get sued over that. I'm glad, because, I mean, I don't want Tucker Carlson to be sued, obviously. Like, he's got enough to, to have to deal with right here, obviously. But, dude, I said obviously twice. What in the fuck? I'm that gone. But, yeah, I mean, I obviously disagree with that because, again, like, this falls on, like whoever is, putting out the information for Fox News, obviously, because, I mean, again, you can't really pin Tucker Carlson for whatever Fox News says, because, like, I don't know, you go on Tucker Carlson's show, like, what is he saying? Okay, that's cool. Then you go on Gutfeld's show, oh, well, he just released a video, like, about the same time. Oh, he's saying the exact same fucking shit, dude. And I'm sure if you go on, I don't know, Jesse Waters, like, fucking all of them, they're probably saying the same fucking shit. And at the same time, if you are subscribed to a lot of channels like, I know, the Majority Report, the Humanist Report, the Rational National, Secular Talk, even TYT, a lot of these, the Rational National, all these people, they'll probably also be reporting on the same stuff that Fox News never reports on, while they never report on the stuff that Fox News reports on. Like Kanye West doing another dum-dum, which, like, who really cares? Like, you have people dying, that's usually what the, like, big political story is about, except that now it's really race politics, which... Well, yeah, now it's Kanye. The right doesn't talk about that, but the left talks about that, all of them. Which, like, of course, a lot of these people are really principled people, like, more than anyone. The Humanist Report and Secular Talk, they are very, genuine people, like, even the Rational National, like, Jesus Christ, Tucker looks really young in this. But, this is 1 day ago, what the fuck? But, yeah, again, why do you think this?
This morning is
saying this?
sitting back and letting them loose in the Senate. He doesn't care. I care. Well,
yeah, why would Tucker Carlson say that in private if it's not true? I mean, if it's not true, he would probably assume, oh, well, I'm saying this shit, but I don't believe it. I'm texting someone who is also spreading these lies that, well, I don't believe it. And if my fucking assumption is that, well, yeah, like, I'm not principled, I don't care about principles, and, well, I don't know, like, I'm sort of spreading these lies, and, well, like, I believe that is wrong, which he's openly saying in private. Like, if he believed that that was the reason, like, because of a lack of principles in himself, that he was telling these lies, wouldn't he assume that a fellow co-host would also not have any integrity? And therefore, like, why would he just virtue signal to her? Like, they're both in the same boat. In private, they don't have to talk that way. Yeah, like, why would he do that? Well, maybe because the reason for him spreading these lies is not because, well, he isn't principled. In fact, he hates the fact that he has to do that. And, well, he has said earlier, and he's consistent with that, I try never to lie on TV, but if I'm really cornered or something like that, I lie. Like, I mean, everyone does that. Like, anyone could relate to that. Have you ever fucking lied? When you were really cornered, have you fucking lied? Probably. Yeah, no shit. People do that. If you're honest with yourself, like, most people, if you're honest, I hate that. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, if you're honest with yourself, you will probably still have your subconscious fucking biases, dude. But, yeah, like, the reason why he's saying that with a fellow co-host is because he has principles, and he imagines that a fellow person who would be in his shoes would probably be doing the same thing, probably because they are also principled, but are also cornered. Like, that's why he's, okay with publicly saying that, well, yeah, I lie sometimes. If I'm really cornered, I lie. Like, yeah, he released that in a public clip. Like, do you think he did that by accident or some shit? Do you think he was high? Like, do you think Tucker Carlson smokes weed, dude? Is that gonna be your argument now? Like, yeah. Why do you think he would feel comfortable with, putting that out to the public? Because most people fucking do that, and that's just a thing. It was just being honest. And that is honest. Like, and he's consistent with that. And that's why he would tell someone in private that he's disgusted by that, because he'd imagine that the other person would be in his same shoes. And if you go by the idea that most people are principled, so let's just assume he's principled first, before just walking backwards from our conclusions, which is sort of what happened with the Boston Children's Hospital thing, which of course I'm gonna be consistent and also condemn that. Yeah, like, maybe you shouldn't be like, oh, well, this doesn't really go in my direction, so I'm just gonna laugh it off. These are text messages that you are okay with leaking. Let me make sure I'm still alive, by the way. Yeah, like, you're okay with leaking these fucking text messages, but, like, you're not even going to interpret them correctly. Oh, well, he said this. But, like, oh my god, that looks incriminating. Let me focus on that. Alright. Like, I'm sorry, dude. I am high as fuck and drunk as fuck. And I can tell this is, I don't know, very biased, to say the least. To say the fucking least, dude.
Well, you have a funny
Like,
way of
holy
showing
shit.
it. January 4th,
Funny way of showing it. He was cornered. What the fuck do you think? Like, if you were to remember, you probably have criticized him for... You know what, let me fucking see this. Oh, yeah, I recognize the face on that. Okay, let's see this.
It is okay to be so stressed and overwhelmed that you feel like you need to talk to someone about it. And by
Oh my god. So Keemstar has made... Okay, I hate going on tangents, but, like, I will just go to a video... Oh, wow, that's no ads. So there was this, which was very, very good, and there was this, so...
Hello and
you
welcome.
could just watch both of these. I absolutely love both of these videos.
For some reason,
YouTube doesn't leave these videos like this. Klaus was crazy with his epic voice. For some reason, I really fucking hated it at the beginning. It's all like Pyro's voice, but then I got accustomed to it, and I can recognize the art. It's sort of like opera, except that opera is just sort of people screaming in your ears, and I guess recognizing the art. It's sort of like, I don't know, some people say, like, some serial killers I've heard from Wonder Goons, like, things that, like, some people who are, like, who, like, became fucking serial killers, they felt, like, as early kids that, like, I don't know, they were abused, and they got a fetish for liking it because their brains were so fucked up over it. I guess opera is sort of you getting ear raped so much that you get so traumatized that your brain gets just fucked, and that you just have this dirty thing, like this dirty fetish for liking it. I guess that's the only way I could explain liking. Like, that fucking cancer noise. It's like almost as bad as a baby crying. How you could enjoy that shit. But yeah, I've sort of grown accustomed to enjoy. What the fuck was I talking? Yeah, whatever I was saying. That's
I
it.
mean going to therapy.
Tucker
Yeah.
Carlson.
Yeah, I learned to appreciate their voices, dude. Why was I mentioning that? No fucking reason. Wow, imagine if I had live viewers right now. That'd be funny. I have to check. No. That fucking sucks. Well, let's see this. This is gonna be a
And
banger.
went on the Rubin Report. Of course he did. It's all part of their circle jerk.
Kind of seems like a downgrade for him.
Yeah, it sounds like. Who do you usually have? Like, I saw like at least one of the people who on the leftist mafia was the Humanist Report and the Rational National. I know y'all sort of like I see some of your content. I sort of tend to look at it because like probably because I'm fucking autistic again. I tend to like watching videos that I disagree with, just for the sake of disagreeing with them because I like some to disagree with. Because most people probably fucking do, to some extent, but like they don't like being challenged. They probably just like staying in their circle jerk to get to like challenge that. I don't know, the people who most people just bring up this trauma and an argument. Like, I know, oh well, look at these trans people who are just like insane. Yeah, yeah, like if you believe that gender dysphoria exists, like infinite amount of genders, you biting the fucking bullet on that one. Well, you know what, I'm not even gonna ask you because, well, you just said you believe gender dysphoria. Yeah, what infinite amount of genders, dude? It's sort of the same thing, but so
No, you got to spread the love. You got to. This is a rapprochement between Tucker Carlson and Glenn Beck. I think that's what's going on.
Yeah,
he said that on 2 different occasions. I'm pretty sure he also said that on the Will Kane podcast. Like, Will Kane actually brought it up. You can look that up. There's actually a lot of like great things. Like there's that, and there's also his interview with like some woman in some like public place. Like I don't know, but yeah, like y'all should check that out. There's a lot of cool things about Tucker Carlson in this. I don't even think I watched it till the end. I probably should, but
expand the circle
yeah, you
jerk,
repeated
as
that
it
in
were.
that, and I wonder why like Tucker would be comfortable airing this on his show with Will Kane asking him such an uncomfortable question. And I know, since you think the right is so organized, well, why would Tucker have given him the green light to say such a thing? And why would he have re-invited him back on since then? Which I'm sure he probably did. Real therapy. That's so fucking just clown shit, dude. Yeah, if you look at those videos, yeah, they actually scam people. Like, it's a huge scam. I can't believe it's still there. Like, it was exposed. They were hiring legit anybody. They didn't check if they were licensed, and they pretty much said like 7-day free trial, and as soon as they like clicked on 7-day free trial and put their card information in there, they automatically got charged for like, I don't know, like a month, so like hundreds of dollars. So it would like really hurt them financially. The people who would just like people who would apply, some people may submitted fake applications, and yeah, within 24 hours, as can also mentioned in front of us, got accepted like a very short amount of time. They didn't check, and this guy wasn't a licensed professional, and yeah, people reported that their therapist usually wouldn't come. So this is a complete scam. I would suggest, like, honestly, that I'm going to release a video on this. When I get 100 subs, I'm not gonna bother going into that because that's a whole different tangent. But yeah, I have reasons that I will explain in my 100 subscriber special, which I have already made, by the way. It's pre-recorded. You should not try to get help because, like, specifically if you're like really just really doing bad, you're super depressed or something, especially if you're suicidal, which I never was, but people definitely try to put those words in my mouth a lot of times. Yeah, basically what will happen, you will go to your counselor, you will try like going to them for help, and you will actually go into details with them. Like if things are really bad, like what they will do is that they will tell you, so you want to keep talking to us about this. Well, what you really want to do that, buddy, because like we're considering locking you up in a mental asylum. Yeah, we're considering locking you up in a prison, and then you're actually gonna have to pay for it. You know that. Yeah, so we better not hear from you doing that shit again. And actually, at some point, I was drunk and I was texting a friend, and things were really not going well then either. And I was kidnapped by some ambulance that came to pick me up. They legit told me like, yeah, you either come with me. I wasn't even trying to like, I don't know, be like defensive or anything. I was just like, why are you taking me somewhere? Like, what did I do? And they were like, bro, like, you have to come with us. You posted some stuff and it insinuates you might be suicidal. And by the way, I found a lot of people were put in there with for bullshit reasons, like in that facility. But like, yeah, they told me you have to come with us, and I was I was trying to ask like, what did I do? Like, don't I have the right to say no if I don't want to? And like, I just said that once, and they immediately said like, look, you're drunk, and like, we're three people with guns who all are sober, and you either come with us or we're gonna tackle you, cause we're sort of not we're not in the fucking mood right now, like. We don't have time, we're on a schedule, so you're gonna have to come with us. Like, we can explain when we're there, but, like, right now, just fuck off, we're gonna tackle you. So, of course, I didn't resist, I was never planning on doing that. And, well, when I got over there, they didn't care at all. Thank fuck I was reasonably normal. I mean, what, like ADHD? I was mostly normal. In high school, I just didn't tell anybody that I was fucking autistic. Yeah, like, people didn't even fucking know that. Like, genuinely. Because I would act like a fucking class clown. And, yeah, like, that sort of passed off. Like, people would just think I'm funny and shit and think I'm acting up too much. Like, they would think that was sort of my weird-ass personality. So, yeah, like, I just passed off that way. But, dude, like, yeah, what, like, in those facilities, people who were, like, schizophrenic and stuff, people who you could definitely tell were disabled and definitely would have needed help, they would mistreat them, seriously. Like, they would dehumanize them, they would just insult them, treat them like shit, make fun of them, like, sometimes they would just try to taunt them to get mad and, like, say or do some provoking, and then they would just beat them to the ground, and then drag them back into their room and lock them up, and maybe, like, give them, like, ketamine shot or whatever in the ass or whatever. That, apparently I heard that's what they usually did to some people. Yeah, so they were not concerned about people's mental health, and guess what? Then, yeah, they gave me a fine, and I had to fucking pay it. So, yeah, that's what they will do, and do you think, like, the nurses in there would literally tell me, at least they were being honest about that, like, look, if you really want the best for your own well-being, like, they saw that I wasn't playing into their game, that I saw through their shit, and they were like, dude, like, you want to get better, like, I was being respectful, like, I told, like, I understand, like, you're just doing your job, but, like, that stuff, like, this isn't going to help me. I'm gonna play, I'm seeing this, and, like, they understood, they were like, we get, like, if you want to get out of this faster, just don't be honest with us, and just try to act the most like you're doing well, and this is helping you, and bullshit it, because then you'll just get out of here sooner, and it's all just better for your mental health. And since I was being respectful towards them, they thought they'd, like, be honest with me and try to help me out, because most people are good people, again, And well, I appreciate that honesty on their behalf, but yeah, like it's legit just meant to steal your money and to invade your liberty, and that is what people will do if you try to get help on that stage. And like actually recently I was in a like college class, and yeah, like they had a counselor on to get that, and like at some point, like she was mentioning, like if you have serious like depression and stuff or suicidal tendencies, you should go get help. And like after all that stuff that happened to me, like that wasn't it. I'll have that all on my 100 sub special, by the way. But yeah, I sort of feel a moral responsibility now to call that out and say, like, of course, in a respectful manner, I would never, like, condemn or try to, like, I don't know, provoke someone. In fact, I've never been in a fight with anyone. I've never been provocatory. Uh, like, I don't try to be mean to anyone in general, but, yeah, like, dude, what the fuck was I saying? Holy shit. Like, yeah, I was disagreeing. Fucking, dude, you know what? Let me go back on my live stream. I will find out what the fuck I was saying. And, well, I appreciate that honesty on their behalf, but yeah, like, it's legit just a dude, fuck was I saying? Holy shit. Sorry. Like, I don't try to be mean to anyone on to get that, and like at some point, like she was mentioning, like if you have serious like depression and stuff, or so yeah, like I just like call that shit out, because again, like it's just not gonna help you, because if you get put in a place like that, and then you just have to get out of there and be fucking bankrupt, because they do charge you for that time that you're in there in big time, and then you have to know, yeah, no one's going to try to help me now. They've just proven that to me. Are you more likely to be fucking suicidal and want to gravitate towards drugs? They literally play, like, most of the movies they play, actually, are literally movies glorifying drugs. And that's one of the only things they actually have for you to do in there, watch movies, like, for an hour and a half a night. So, like, most of the time, more than that. As opposed to, like, what, maybe like 30 minutes outside a day that you could be in like a 3 meter by 3 meter place that's all fenced. Like, yeah, anyway, I don't know what I was saying there.
Maybe he'll go on Jimmy Dore's show and he can endorse him for president.
There is no doubt in my mind that he will end up on Jimmy Dore's show. There is, I will bet.
I forgot who the fuck that was.
Mark this day, September 13th. I don't know when it's going to happen, but there is no doubt in my mind that Tucker Carlson will be on the Jimmy Dore show.
And that is the criteria for being a progressive presidential candidate.
There you go. Here is
Jimmy Dore
Tucker Carlson with an interesting revelation on the Rubin Report.
I don't know anything about Jimmy Dore, by the way.
Foreign policy establishment, bipartisan, made for 20 years. Now, the real problem is some guy in Alabama who's got unauthorized views. It's like, maybe you should stop attacking these people, because they are the weakest people in our society, and you're doing it in order to defend like the shittiest people in our society, but also the richest and the most powerful. You're the Praetorian Guard for the most powerful people. Like, how can you live with yourself? I mean that. That is so immoral.
So what do you think the answer to that question is? How do they, when you have to cover some idiotic thing that Stelter said or Cuomo?
And by the way, that might sound racist to some people, but remember, the left loves to go on the basis. Like, the left is where the racism comes from, which is one of the major reasons why I'm not on the left. The left's basis on this whole, like, Black Lives Matter thing, again, I did a lot of live streams on this. I'm sure I've covered this a lot of times. The premise is sort of, well, look at these dirty white people. Like, look at what their ancestors did to our ancestors. Let's get payback. That's sort of the whole premise behind their movement. That's probably why they chose a violent criminal like Mike Brown as a representative for their movement, as opposed to someone like Martin Luther King, who's way more representative of, say, a peaceful movement. And the when the quote "All Lives Matter" slogan is what they consider a protest to their protest, that is the status quo of Black Lives Matter. We don't stand for All Lives Matter because that's a rebuttal of our fucking movement. Well, when the phrase that literally just means I'm against racism. When you consider the phrase "I'm against racism" to be inherently fucking against your movement, a protest to your movement, well, your movement is by definition fucking racist. I'm sorry, which party has where's Jim Crow legal in 2023 other than affirmative action? Show me a case where Jim Crow is actually legal. No, not in 2023. So people are actually trying to go off of let's just revive the white supremacy movement that's literally just gone down, pretty much down to the flat earth movement in terms of relevancy. Let's just try to, well, I'm sure there's a huge country, so I'm sure we could find some fucking white person who's a cop, because I'm sure some white people are racist, those exist, like flat earthers exist. And I'm sure some of them are police officers because, well, people have to find jobs, and some of them happen to find the job of police officer. And, well, yeah, I'm sure you could find one clip of that happening, and, well, there we go, we have the ammunition to start the next race war. Let's go. So, the whole concept behind that whole shit is, again, if you say the word nigger, I've been in high school. My high school has, I don't remember much of that shit in middle school for some reason. But in high school, I went to a high school, that's the only grade of school that I was in the same school for the whole, 4 years for high school. But, in that high school, it was, I don't know, I wasn't gifted. Most of the people in my class, I don't know, I'd say a good 80% were white for some reason. That sort of sucks. But, sort of sucks for, the fact that my school was actually, sort of 50% black people, actually, and a lot of them weren't in gifted, and that sort of linked with poverty. Again, people could call me fucking racist on the left for that, but again, why is there still this, why are people still able to clickbait this race war and make it about, oh, well, people are just racist? Well, it's because segregation was 2 generations ago, and social acceptance develops at a much faster pace than inheritance of wealth does. And if your grandparents weren't able to profit off of the meritocracy system that we now enjoy, which the only thing you can do to better history and its impacts is to change it, and we already fucking have, because the only form of legal segregation, again, is fucking affirmative action. So, at least in terms of segregating black people, we've actually gone the opposite direction now. So, what the fuck more could you want? But, that history happened, and that's why people are on average poorer, and while poor people tend to be less educated, and education tends to come with being smart. But, I'd be out there, in the halls, before you start school, in the cafeteria, most black people would say the nigger word, multiple times in every sentence. But, you had to know all the time, if you were ever to say that word, you would literally be beaten to shit for it. White people would hate you if you said it, black people would beat you to shit if you said it. And, at first I didn't really get why it was such a fucking thing. I actually learned this in high school because I was so fucking autistic. I learned about it like in middle school, and I just knew it was a curse word, but I don't, I guess maybe I didn't really say it or whatever. Maybe I said that. I don't remember anyone getting offended over it, but yeah, there were 2 incidences in high school. Yeah, like I said the word nigger, like some black person dared me to write it on the board, and I did it. And the teacher specified, like, I'm not writing you up because you did, I'm writing you up because you're white and you did this. You can't be white and do that. And then, the next year, in an English class, again, a different teacher, my another black friend was down, hey, say nigger, and he would say it, and he would dare me to say it, and then he would say it, and like, the teacher would hear both of us saying it, like, the guy would be like, hey, Robin, say nigger, and I would be like, nigger, and, then the teacher decided to not do anything to him and write me up again, because I am white and I cannot be saying that. And it's like, yeah, I don't know, who's trying to push the rate, like, do you know anybody who was racist? Chances are you don't. The only person I've ever met who was racist, I've met them online, so, yeah, other than that, and I've met but, I mean, my fucking community that I had sort of cultivated online, I hated the Hypixel censorship system, so I based my entire Discord server on you can say anything, and like, dude, like, holy shit, that was very epic, but the community around Hypixel was very fucking edgy, and, yeah, they would, like, it's quickly became a meme to say the word nigger on there. Everybody fucking loved that shit. They would all say it. They would all, like, love a very, like, dark and edgy sense of humor. They would all make racist jokes. Like, pretty much everyone who joined my voice chat. You can't really see it now because my channel's been fucking banned, and now I have to host this instead of own this channel. Fuck, bro. But, like, yeah, like, we sort of made jokes, so it's pretty, like, that's the one person I've ever met who was actually fucking racist, but, yeah, you don't know many flat earthers either, do you? You probably don't know either, so, yeah, when people are trying to make that a big deal on the left, it's probably them trying to make this coach war thing of, well, you see, this one person was probably racist, probably in Alabama too. I mean, what do you know? Well, this guy in Alabama who exists and is in Alabama, he's racist, bro. What do you know? Like, George Floyd happened, and that was enough to, like, set ammunition for a new race war that was actually fucking successful to a big extent. Did well clickbait wise for CNN and shit. Did all the damage it could on the integrity, of course, as it should have, but like, it did well clickbait wise. They probably got a lot of revenue from it. Yeah, clearly people who were, like, trying to appeal to that shit, at least nowadays, like, I live in Louisiana, it's a red state, no one's fucking racist. Nobody. No one. Absolutely no one's fucking racist. Like, probably more flat earthers are racist here than, I mean, probably more people believe that the earth is flat, which I just noticed there's a globe right there. Probably more people believe that the earth is flat over here than people are fucking racist. Like, that's fucking insane, dude. Like, that's why people are fucking Republican, by the way, probably, because they sort of recognize people who live in these red states that are demonized as just everybody on the right over there is just racist. They realize that, well, like, a lot of people over here on the right, well, what do you know? I don't know anybody who is racist, and I know a lot of fucking people because I live here. So I sort of look at, like, the reality that surrounds me, and I see, yeah, the left is saying that we're all fucking racist. I can sort of open my eyes, and from there, yeah, what would you fucking expect when somebody realizes, yeah, one party is sort of trying to say that we're all racist when I can just open my eyes, and the other party is having the slogan, facts don't care about your feelings. Yeah, which party do you think they're gonna fucking trust? Which party do you think I'm gonna fucking trust, jackass?
Just these clown people, when you have to cover it, right? Or Don Lemon, as you call him. Like, how do you think they live with themselves at this point when they just lie again and again? And we have the internet to expose the lies. If this isn't 20 years ago when you were on CNN.
I never saw, like, that part of it. I'm very surprised.
And we couldn't expose things. We can expose it now, and they still do it.
Pause it, incidentally.
Well,
20 years ago, and go back a little bit for me, Bradley, so when we restart. Incidentally, 20 years ago, when he was on CNN.
Let me
they still do.
Want to become a tech professional?
Yeah, that's. I'm not trying
Most
to go on
coding
more
boot camps
tangents.
have high dropout rates.
Well, I guess I would ask myself, like, I mean, I lie. If I'm really cornered or something, I lie. I really try not to. I try never to lie on TV. I just don't, I don't like lying. I certainly do it, out of...
I didn't know this was a private Skype call that was leaked. Like, if that sort of pushes more and more the narrative, like, yeah, he's an honest person, even privately. Like, holy shit, like, he's just, like, this fucking really... like, this really fucking principled guy who was just traumatized over and over again, and it just shows privately over and over again. This is who he is privately. Like, I mean, how can you even argue with that? If this is, I think I heard that. Like, that was also a private thing that was released, and the World King even asked him. So I thought that was a public thing. I didn't see that whole version, but yeah, like I can't believe people haven't seen through this shit of Taku's just not a principled fucking person at all. Like, that's just insane at this point.
Or whatever. But to systematically lie.
Pause 1 second. Listen to this. I want you to, like, really absorb this and take your time. We're going to go back so that people can really...
Yeah, so I bet you've never lied about anything ever in your whole life. I bet you've never lied about anything. I bet you're God. Like, as a matter of fact, I bet you don't even exist. I bet you're just, like... just pixels on the screen, right? I mean, that sounds like a conspiracy theory that Cenk would line with. That sounds like, actually, I don't know, Cenk Uyghur got, like, this racist, fucking thing for, like, he got racism confused with xenophobia, and it's probably because of, like, an argument that I thought of, which is, yeah, like, denying someone the rights to be here based on where they are born versus where their ancestors were born. Like, they don't, like, it's wrong for the same reasons because you don't have control over either, so, and it doesn't shape the contents of your character. So someone probably smarter than Cenk Uyghur made that fucking argument and he picked up on it. Like, I feel like that'd be an other thing, like, I don't know, Kurzgesagt or Vsauce, they would make the simulation argument, and he'd just make, dude, I'm so fucking gone. Like, holy shit. This is my autism just going fucking on steroids. I love this, dude. This makes it a great live stream.
He is admitting that he lied.
Yeah, he is admitting that, yeah, people are people and people lie. Yeah. Have you ever fucking lied, asshole? Like, you probably fucking have. I don't know. Like, you ask most people, have you ever lied? Ever? Yeah, if you're really cornered, you fucking lie. That makes sense. Like, what in the fuck? Have you ever been caught in school doing some dumb shit that, like, you know you'd get in trouble for and lied about it? I fucking have. Holy shit, dude. Should I be cancelled? Well, I guess I'm not mainstream rights TV, so if I ever get there, which I won't because I say nigger, yeah, I'm sure you'd fucking try to cancel me too.
Eyes on television. He tries not to, and he only does it when he's confronted with probably something else that he's lied about. right? Like, when is he cornered into?
I don't know, dude. What are you usually? I don't know. Is lying inherently fucking bad? I would say no, because most of the time, if you lie about something, it's probably because someone asked you a question that's probably none of their fucking business, and that sort of put you in a situation like probably when someone asks you a yes or no question, they're like, you shouldn't have to be fucking honest about because you shouldn't have to face the consequences, or like the person shouldn't get to know the answer to that question. But if you answer anything but a lie, it sort of implies the fucking truth. And, well, some people should not have to know some things because privacy also fucking matters. And I think privacy matters more than honesty because, yeah, it's sort of a part of your autonomy. Your fucking thoughts and such shouldn't just like be public, and oftentimes people will question you on things that you might not want to fucking have people know things about, and sometimes you have to fucking lie. So sometimes like you did something that is like you could get punished for it probably in school, and it's like it's a stupid punishment and school's fucking retarded, they don't teach you anything that's useful, and you take it as a joke and you sort of meme through it, and yeah, you sort of have to lie to not get like fucking expelled or some shit. You sort of have to bullshit whatever. Like if you tell the teacher, no, like what you're saying, when you're scolding me for like literally having proved that what you said made no sense. Like I wasn't trying to do that. I was sort of just asking a question, but you're sort of getting defensive over it. Like if I'm not gonna frame it that way because I don't want problems with people. So if I ask a question and I see the teacher gets defensive because like I was sort of autistic and didn't get that they phrase it that way because they genuinely didn't fucking know how to phrase it better. Yeah, like in calculus, like yeah, in one of my math classes, like a teacher, like, am I gonna tell them, oh wow, well, I guess you don't really fucking know this shit that well, do you now? Yeah, you're not gonna tell them that because you'd be looking, like, I'm sure there are a lot of situations where if you were honest with people, you'd just be looking for trouble. And I'm sure, like, there are a lot of situations that, like, if Tucker was honest with people and that escalated, you'd probably either call him stupid for being honest, either just, talk about how he's fucking unhinged or some shit. Because, well, that'd just suit your narrative. Like, dude.
Situation on television. Probably only when he has said stuff that has been untrue in the past. So I lie to cover up lies that I've told, but I try not to.
The fun, so, like, if I'm really, so, like, why would he say that's a huge fucking leap? Just, like, it's literally just an ad hominem. Like, he's just poisoning the world, just trying to be base, trying to be fucking cool, saying, oh, well, if I'm really cornered, I lie. So, yeah, it'd probably, and he said later on in this, I remember, like, yeah, like, maybe it was on the Will Kane podcast, was like, yeah, like, I don't know, if I got caught cheating on my girlfriend or something, like, which he would never do. He said, yeah, I would never do that. Like, imagine if I actually did that and I got caught, like, in that hypothetical scenario, like, of course, I'd imagine my first instinct would be to lie. That was the example he gave. I'm not sure if it's later on in this video. It probably is. Actually, yeah, he probably isn't gonna cover that if it's in there. But, yeah, he says, I try never to lie on TV. So, why would you assume that if he's lying, he's doing it to cover up other lies? Just you trying to be base, when his whole premise is I try never to lie on TV. So why would you assume that he'd be lying to try to cover up some other lies. Well, if he's trying not to lie, like, as much as possible, like, that's the only reason he'd do it, well, why would he have lied in the first place? Like, was he just trying to cover up more lies? And, like, is there no original lie? Like, every lie is just him trying to cover up, quote, more lies. Like, where the fuck are you going with this? Like, you're trying to be base, and you've sort of just, made yourself sound like a fucking retard.
And the amazing thing,
I don't know, and I'm pretty drunk, maybe I'm retarded, but, I don't know, I think I made a pretty fucking concrete case.
about this clip that I find absolutely fascinating. He is saying this, and it will. This is a moral affirmation of him that he's reluctant to lie on television to his people. And then
he has later said that, and that's why I pointed that out. So now Tucker Carlson is admitting, like, privately, and I guess did he say earlier that, like, this was a private thing that was leaked again? I think he said that, but, like, yeah, now privately he's been consistent with that. He's saying, yeah, I don't like the fact that I'm having to do that. I hate Trump passionately for making me do that, because that's sort of where the shit started from now, isn't it? And he sort of had to push that, or he'd be just fucking excluded from the right-wing thing, which he's ideologically right-wing, sort of like I fucking am. I don't know what, like, again, you sort of get from this that the guy is fucking principled, clearly. And, yeah, if you watch his show and you assume he's principled, you might see that a lot of the time he might not, report accurately on things, but again, why do you assume that they are the source of the... Again, you watch different people on Fox News, they all cover the same shit, so, like, people on the left wing, you watch different left wing channels, they all cover the same shit too. That both, like, they won't cover the same stuff between the channels, usually, pretty much never, right? And it's like, yeah, I guess they're sort of in their own echo chambers themselves, so the misinformation definitely isn't starting on their end, so why would you fucking blame them for any of it? It's fucking stupid. And, well, for once that you do, well, you see him privately act principled. Like, this literally debunks your entire thing. Like, y'all should just stop talking about the Dominion lawsuit, because the more shit gets released, the more it just, like, debunks your entire thing. It just makes you look like a fucking clown, to be honest.
3 days before the storming of the Capitol, Tucker Carlson's texting with his staff saying, "We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait. Quote, I hate him passionately."
Yeah, and I don't fucking blame him. He is very mad at him for having made him lie on TV, which, like, I don't think dishonesty is inherently immoral. Of course, like, he's religious, he would believe that, but I mean, I've only recently sort of, I don't know, for, like, the past year or so, sort of realized, like, dude, it's sort of stupid, isn't it? Like, to consider lying as immoral. Like, I've always seen it, like, yeah, I guess people say, like, it's immoral. I guess I don't like being lied to about a lot of things, but it's like, there's a difference between, like, I don't know, lying to someone for something that isn't, like, you protecting your right to privacy for some reason, or your right to... Like, there's a very big difference between, like, say, you lying to your kids about Santa Claus existing, for them to then have to realize that, oh, well, you were just trying to, like, do your whole thing and enjoy, like, them believing in Santa Claus and all that shit, so that then, like, they'd have to realize it. Someone they actually, like, really looked up to and cared about, like, yeah, no, he's actually not real. Like, you just lost someone who you really cared about and believed in. Yeah, so there's a big difference between someone lying about that, like, I don't know, your parents having a deadly disease and you not telling your kid about that, which they have every right to know. That is wrong, that is morally wrong, that is something you should never lie to someone about, that is, like, actually morally wrong. But, like, I get why some people would do it based on some principles, but I disagree with those types of lying. But then I think it's unfair to mix every type of lying, because most of the time if you lie, it's just because like you're trying to protect your own privacy and you don't think that you should have to answer such a question honestly, or you know that will probably have consequences that'll be negative that you don't deserve if you answer said question in this way rather than that way. So yeah, you're just trying to look out for yourself, and I don't get why honesty is a trait that is just so fucking just like brought up as this just like great like what's it called this fucking like epic thing, whatever, like that's a good enough word. Like, dude, yeah, honesty is good. I'm sure you don't like when people lie to you, but again, like, chances are, if like, when do you lie to people? Probably when you see that, like, yeah, like, imagine most of the time, like, if you lied and a friend was next to you and they knew that you were lying and they blew your cover and they just said, hey, by the way, you're lying, you shouldn't do that. Would you be pissed off at them? Well, chances are, if your instincts are to be pissed off at them rather than be ashamed and say I'm sorry, chances are, you are morally consistent with the belief that, well, I was right to lie in this instance. And in most instances, when you are lying, would you be pissed off if someone blew your cover and said, oh, well, that's wrong? Well, it's probably because lying in that case wasn't fucking immoral. And I'm sure whoever you are, you probably see it that way. Most people see it that way. Yeah, most of the time, most people lie not just once in their life, not just 10 times in their life. Like, sometimes you have to fucking lie. That's just a thing. If you want to conform to society's standards, like, yeah, if you don't want to be rejected, some opinions that you may have that may be extreme, and again, I believe that, well, what do you know? Every major achievement that we've had, I don't know, civil rights, every great civil rights movement, well, do you think desegregation, do you think that was considered the status quo or extremism back when slavery was still on the table? So everything that we associate with a great accomplishment of, say, civil rights, every big, like, major step forward that we recognize as a big, like, step in the direction of progress that we've made. Like, do you think the status quo of today is the future of tomorrow, or do you think that some extreme position is more likely to be the future of progress? Like, again, then, like, most considered extremist positions, if you're honest about having them, you would just be just rejected out of society. And guess what? Tucker Carlson is a Republican, and well, it turns out, like, I'm pretty sure I've only recently learned about this, but one of the only like, populist type positions that a Republican is the death penalty. That's like, like, that may be like the only like well-known Republican policy that is today like well supported by like more than 50% of the population. And guess what? Tucker Carlson is against the death penalty. I am for the death penalty. But Tucker Carlson has said, and like, that's still available on his channel. I'm sure. I think it might have been in the Will Kane podcast that I have here, that I had here somewhere. Yeah, he's against the death penalty, which is one of the only positions, not the only one, which is like, I'm pretty sure it's the most popular right-wing position, and he's against that. So yeah, like, the guy is slandered all the time as a populist. Cenk Uygur still constantly calls him a populist, but that guy's a fucking joke. I'm sure if he was sued, I'm sure his lawyers would argue in court that no reasonable person takes him seriously. And I'm sure that would be a winning argument. And in fact, I'm sure when Tucker humored that argument, that was made against him for his role making that argument against some, I don't know the details of that, when he humored their argument by bringing up, hey, with the Club Q shooting, well, this wasn't a hate crime. In fact, the shooter was non-binary. His lawyers argued that. His lawyers had said so. Well, all of a sudden, if I remember well, I'm sure Cenk Uygur went directly towards, well, you know what, after all, a lawyer's job isn't probably not just to always tell the truth always, at all times. It's probably to try to win the argument. Yeah, I'm sure Cenk Uygur's lawyers would have argued that in court if they would have been sued, but don't know why I went on that tangent.
And here we go.
I hate him.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Sort of shows that he's principled. Like, I love how when they have some that just completely debunks their narrative and they're sort of reading it, because, like, are they really gonna admit to that? That's the whole beef of their fucking thing. Like, they really can't, right, if they're gonna cover it. Like, I don't know, that's the first place I've seen these from. Yeah, that's why it's, yeah, this is probably new leaked messages. That's probably what's like 1 day ago. General, like, yeah, that's fucking great, dude. Oh my god. Anything for money. Oh my, that's probably one of the worst fucking arguments I've heard against Tucker, is that he fucking does it all for the money. That's why he does this shit, bro. Why does he talk like this in private, by the way? But he does it all for the money, bro. Except that, like, I don't know. I love how Cenk Uygur and people like that also make that argument. Like, most of the people on the left who criticize him, well, guess what? They will also be open about the fact that Tucker Carlson is open about the fact that he was born rich. Yeah, like, he was born in an incredible amount of wealth. He inherited, I think, Swanson's food or something. So he's always been open about the fact that he was born rich, but he does all this stuff. Like, he busts his fucking ass making, like, these TV episodes every fucking day, multiple times a day sometimes. What does he buzz? Well, he does it all for money, except that he already fucking has money, and he already had all the money he could possibly fucking want when he was born. But he just does this because he wants to make sure he, like, stays rich. Well, he doesn't really need to get more money to fucking stay rich now, does he? Like, are these people, like, just on acid or some shit? I wish dude, I was fucking autistic. Dude, that's like one of the epicest stories I have from fucking high school. Now that I look back on it, I tried to, but dude, I got scammed for like $200 worth of fucking construction papers that were like, fucking cut into tabs, dude, kill myself. But like, dude, I'm sure these people are probably on fucking acid saying this shit.
I hate him.
I hate him passionately.
I love how the arguments that Tucker's just, like, unprincipled is literally being, just, like, debunked in front of them, literally by the source that is suing them. So has absolutely no reason to want to, be biased towards Tucker, and it's his private messages. He had no reason to try and put on this fake good image, and he was, like, that's the whole reason why it's being shown, because it shows them the behind the scenes being different people, for the lawsuit's purposes, and, even that thing shows that, he was mad about that. So the clips that they found of, Tucker Carlson admitting the stuff that they claim is unprincipled, it was written in a way of him just admitting that, well, yeah, he did lie, but he is outraged over the people who made him lie because he doesn't like what he had to do. And guess what? Right there, yeah, he admitted, I lie if I'm really cornered. And you know that's because you made this fucking video that is now over a year old, so you know about this. Like, dude.
After the Capitol, he says here. Trump has 2 weeks left. Once he's out, he becomes incalculably less powerful, even in the minds of his supporters. He is a demonic force, a destroyer, but he's not going to destroy us. I've been thinking about this every day for 4 years. Pfeiffer, his assistant, responds, "You're right. I don't want to let him destroy me either." Okay,
what?
That's fucking hilarious.
Tucker's assistant has a...
That's fucking poggers right here, to be honest. Like, that's amazing. Like, redacted too. It's like, just pog champ, like, times of it. Just... Fucking, dude, do I have firecrackers? I don't want my mother to, like, wake up, but, like, you know what, like, she only wakes up when I, like, whisper on my live stream, so, you know what, fucking kill my, dude, that didn't work, no, the next one is going to work, otherwise I will fucking kill my dog. Actually, I don't have a dog, but, I will find, like, this one will blow up, though. Okay, so let me continue with the video.
Opinion of his importance. The Trump anger spiral is vicious, Carlson, that's for sure. Deadly. It almost consumed me in November when Sidney Powell attacked us. It was very difficult to regain emotional control, but I knew I had to. We've got 2 weeks left. We can do this.
Yeah, like, he doesn't like when the right, who, he used to be left-wing, apparently, and he moved to the right because, like, he was convinced of those things, and he sees now that, like, the right, which is the party that... Dude, it smells like fucking fire now. Let's go. Like, smoke. But... let's go. But, yeah, he... Like, this he saw that, the people associated with his party, and therefore his principles, were turning on him based on things that were wrong and that they shouldn't have been against him for. And, like, he was mad about that, and he had to lie to them to fucking pander to them, because that's what Fox News demands that he do. And, like, if he wants to keep being able to spread a message that he genuinely believes in and, like, wants to spread, well, the biggest platform, like, he has the best position he could to do that. And, well, yeah, he is actually fucking principled, as you can see. Like, case fucking closed, dude. Why would he, like, and he never acts like the victim in any fucking circumstance. He never talks about himself. Like, yeah, he's just mad that, like, he probably disagreed with that, and normally at face value, like, you want, in your, especially in your position of power, to say, no, by the way, I speak for morals, and that's usually what he does. Again, I try never to lie on TV, because he believes in honesty, and that's a great thing when you're a news reporter. That's a great quality to fucking have, by the way. Yeah, like, if he wanted to keep being able to do that, he sort of had to do that, and if you're principled like Tucker Carlson, your reaction is to want to be the bigger man and say no, but if you work for Fox News, you sort of have to put your ego aside and work in the company's best interest, because you're working for a company, and sometimes they ask you to do something you don't really want to do, because that's how business fucking works. Again, like, you have to choose the lesser of two evils. That's why presidents don't have a 100% approval rating if they're just status quo or populist, because if you could just fix every problem by just wishing it so, or just signing in a bill that says we will fix all problems now, that's not gonna fucking work, because you have to, like, calculate what are the lesser of two evils, what are the evils, and which one is more evil than the other. You have to prioritize, like, which problems that definitely need fixing, which one is higher on the hierarchy. And there is a lot of misinformation, a lot of people being prone to bad shit. I'm sure I probably am, which is why I would love to debate people who fucking disagree with me. Unfortunately, I'm sort of... I don't know, I don't tend to have a lot of friends. People don't tend to want to talk about politics, because if you have an opposing political viewpoint, you sort of aren't allowed to have that, which is pathetic in my opinion, because debate should be encouraged. But, yeah, people are in the echo chambers. That's sort of a thing that people in general tend to like. You sort of have to manually undo that characteristic, but that's sort of inherently a human thing.
Right. So that's the context that you need to know.
I was talking about.
Because Tucker Carlson's bigger supporters in media are getting a little...
I'm going on fucking tangents saying dumb bullshit of whatever the fuck I'm saying. Like, this is... Dude, I feel like the last thing I said was, like, just fucking, like, 3 layers of tangent. And it has nothing to do with the video. And it's like, what in the fuck, dude? Like, dude, poggers, I guess. That's really, like, one way to sum it up.
I'm a bit worried that he's not going to be able to keep up the facade once this kind of information gets to...
Yeah, so she just got, like, the news. Yeah, this guy's principled, and I've been saying for years that he's not. Let me just laugh this off and make it just poison the well instead. Like, just... Yeah, great fucking job, dude. You're really being, like, honest in your analysis and not biased. Like, okay, buddy.
Viewers, because they love Trump. This is the balance that they have to strike. This is incredibly damaging if it continues to percolate and people start to, in the sealed bubble of right-wing media, start to actually become aware of it.
Sealed bubble. By the way, this guy is also, he's in some other left-wing. So I actually saw this guy, like, on the leftist mafia. Like that. I saw him on there. It's, like, I'm pretty sure he's on there. What right-wing shows with people who genuinely disagrees with him and that he's on there to, like, disagree with. Like, pretty much all the like, 3 people, they all believe the same thing. Like, in general, they're all on the same political spectrum. The leftist mafia, like, the Rational National, the Humanist Report, like, these are all people in your bubble. Like, a lot of them are respectable. I don't really respect Sam. I don't hate Sam Cedar, but I don't like him fucking at all. But, like, yeah, like, the majority report, I think they're just fucking douchebags. But, yeah, just entitled fucking douchebags. But, yeah, obviously the Humanist Report, even the Rational National, I don't really watch them as much, but, like, obviously they're principled. But, like, yeah, you're sort of in your own bubble too. Like, where do you appear? On what like, whoever appears on this platform, I don't know, mostly, I don't know, y'all 3, I'm going to guess most people, like those 3 who you're going to see appear, they're going to be people who agree with them, who they're going to circle jerk with. Like, I don't know, dude, and people tend to like to see it. That's probably why you post it, and you probably also like to make it because it's fun to circle
of this. Like, but here's what Charlie Kirk tweeted in response, trying to defend Tucker Carlson from these accusations. He later deleted this. He says,
yeah, like, by the way, this has been known for a while, 9 hours ago, and this is as of a day. Dude, again, I made this, okay, there is a lot of stuff I'm gonna have to... This might become relevant again, so let me just keep
scientific,
this.
But
Oh my god, the Epic Times. The unbiased news channel. The border crisis isn't what you think it is. We're gonna invade it and replace, like... Yeah, again, like, in this video, let me see. Yeah, in that fucking video, I was talking about the text messages that were already being leaked for the Dominion lawsuit, like, about that, and I was defending Tucker on that already, so, this isn't new. I don't see why Charlie Kirk would, like, not already have known that and retract that based on, like, new evidence, new fucking, like, invasions of Tucker's privacy coming out. I think that's sort of a dum-dum on the end, but, like, okay, buddy.
The ability to somehow...
I was already defending Tucker for attacking Trump then, so the idea that, like, he wrote that, like, I don't know, a day and night, like, less than 2 days ago, and based on new evidence, he retracted that because it was, like, incriminating Tucker because, like, he didn't like Trump, which, like, by the way, that's what Charlie Kirk's defense was. It was pathetic. Yeah, that's sort of, you're fucking stupid I guess for lack of a better word.
I'll see inside the minds of the other people that he is not, who are on TV, and they lie in a way.
That's so fucking rich coming from this dude who just showed these DMs and just like laughed it off because he had no other way to respond.
That's much worse than I do.
Well, I admit it.
I love his face.
Exactly, and that's why I'm getting moral character. You know, exactly, and I'm, of course, I'm admitting it to on the Blaze Network.
Well, he kind of admitted it to, or you could see him backtrack a little bit because he tried to say he tried to make it like, oh, I'll do it in social situations and not on TV after starting with I lie.
Oh, I'm watching the wrong fucking thing.
People are speculating about Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump, so I dug up this clip from AmFest, December 2022, of Tucker answering an audience question about what he thinks about Trump. So this is in the middle of these texts that we just read to you. This is what he's saying publicly. This is the video. Here we go. That Charlie Kirk ended up tweeting out. And you can see why he deleted it, right? Because...
dude, did I just make an argument over that video that was, like, not... Yeah, that... oh, well, I guess.
Because this video of Tucker Carlson praising Trump, in contrast to what he was saying behind the scenes, this doesn't help Tucker Carlson publicly. In fact...
Yeah, I don't know. Thing is, like, those messages, again, as I covered here, were already leaked of him... Oh, wrong video. Like... What the fuck are you talking about?
It hurts it, but here we go. It hurts him. Here we go.
It sort of reminds me of, like, how Cal Kalinske was just, like, Cal Kalinske destroys Matt Walsh. Like, that's a new video. It sort of reminds me of how Cal Kalinske described Matt Walsh's argument. Like, no, it's just not facts. Like, you're just making shit up.
And I should also add, since why not, actually love Donald Trump as a guy. And
yeah, like, why would it fucking, like, just come to him based on new text messages? Like, this is going to hurt Tucker. And yeah, by the way, Charlie Kirk's response is stupid. Doesn't help Tucker. You probably should have seen that. I don't know Charlie Kirk. He seems like a genuine guy, but from what I've heard of him, I've seen him in, like, 2 debates with people who I cared about, who I was just looking up them at Politicon. I've seen him, like, in a college ad, and it was like, yeah, fucking Jesus, whatever the fuck. But, like, yeah, whatever. Maybe Charlie Kirk's just stupid. Apparently he thinks that witches cast a spell on him. It's like... I don't know anything about the guy, like, he might just be dumb. I don't know why you're trying to make this spooky Illuminati thing of, based on new evidence. You see, this is just bigger proof that the right and, like, Tucker Carlson are just, like, dude, they're just stabbing themselves in the foot. You see, it's like, no, dude, Charlie Kirk probably just, like, didn't see that shit before, like, I don't know what happened. He probably made a fucking dupe. He probably duped out. Like, he probably did a oopsie.
I know Trump. I've known Trump for 20 years because I work in the media, you know. And I just have always gotten along with him. And I think he's one of the funniest people I've ever talked to in my life.
And, just for the record, I'm sure I've already said this in this fucking live stream. I would actually disagree with most of Trump's policies. I think, yeah, Trump is actually the reason why I got into the political spectrum in general. Like, it became entertaining, and then, like, I sort of found something that was about politics, and I found out, Jesus, this really is fucking entertaining, and I got into it. And, like, one thing that really made it sound interesting to me was fucking Trump. And, well, I actually happen to disagree with pretty much all of Trump's policy decisions. And then, like, tax cuts for the rich, because, yeah, you shouldn't be stealing any money from them anyway. If you want to reduce the amount of money you're going to steal from them, well, I mean... I don't know, that's better than fucking nothing, at least. So that's a step in the right fucking direction. obviously I think what we should have is, well, yeah, you remember contracts are bad. Well, then how about you don't force someone into a contract? Like, that's one of the argument against child labor, right? They cannot like willingly give consent. Well, you're not really giving someone like a consent thing to pay taxes, and you don't really owe anybody anything. You don't owe society anything just for being born within it, because you didn't fucking choose to be born within it. Like, you don't owe anyone anything just for being fucking born. So yeah, they like the contract should be, well, if you want to get to use, say, public services, I don't know, the road, maybe the government could try to, like, I don't know, like, bait some stores, like some big stores, give them some incentives, maybe government money to bait them into, hey, like, don't let these people, like, we'll advertise you, actually, that didn't really cost much money, we'll advertise, like, your stuff and, like, promote the fact that you're helping us if you, like, if you, don't accept people who don't pay taxes into your store, or stuff like that. And guess who really wouldn't want to be segregated out of society? Yeah, probably the fucking rich. Oh, you don't get to use the roads, and, like, if you haven't paid your tax, then you can't do that. Yeah, like, you want to go to school, well, you're gonna have to send your kids to private school. Of course your kids would get to go to public school, but, like, if you're going to do that, well, you're gonna get fined, however many taxes you haven't been paying for the last year, or something like that. That'd be an actual fair contract, and you would get to sign off on it, and a bigger incentive for doing that is that, again, like, you get to elect representatives on the basis of, yeah, they get to like, promise to you that they will represent you, and we all know how that fucking goes, right? And yeah, we could just have the popular vote count for stuff. Like, I think we should honestly have, like, polls that, like, yeah, whenever there are big issues, like, people should get to vote, just like in elections. There should be a more, like, some that happens more often. And yeah, like, stuff like Roe v. Wade, the people should have gone to vote. That thing that, like, yeah, whenever it's clear that it's a very, one of the biggest topics, the people should get to vote on it. But I think in terms of taxes, like, there should be a tax breakdown of, like, what your taxes are, and say, like, I know you have to pay your taxes every month, and, like, I know if you miss out 1 month or something, like, I don't know, like, you can't miss out more than a month with a cooldown of, like, I don't know, like, 2 years, or, like, until you pay that off. You'll be fined if you use these fucking social services or some shit. Like, that should be the way to go, but more importantly, there should be a tax breakdown of where the money goes, and people should get to choose, in, like, specifically which, thing in the system, like, I don't know, a tax breakdown, yeah, we need so much money for this and that, people should get to choose, yeah, I'm gonna put my money in this or that, on where it's at, so that people can actually boycott, like, no, I don't want to fund this, I don't want my taxpayer money to go towards funding another hypothetical foreign war against the very hypothetical country that would say want to go to war with the biggest nuclear armed arsenal in the fucking world. I don't want to fund that shit. Cut the US military budget. The people should get to say that, because most people will fucking agree, and I'm sure including Republicans, that yeah, we should save lives as opposed to taking lives. It's just most people, including Tucker Carlson, who's anti-war, believes that slogan, and he's really sticking on to it. Like, dude,
I think he's got this unbelievable life force.
And again, like, I can definitely understand, especially, like, Trump, he's just such a funny, like, silly guy, and Tucker Carlson even calls him funny and says, I disagree with him on some stuff. Like, I could definitely understand thinking that Trump is a complete moron and, like, a joke, and, like, wanting to keep the political landscape, like, serious, but being able to have a sense of humor, like, he's said it multiple times, well, we're going through dark times, but the the most important thing in those times is keeping a healthy sense of humor. That's how you get through rough times. And that's what he's based a lot of his Fox News releases on. A lot of his episodes on Fox News at some point, they were based on, like, he started them off saying, yeah, through tough times, the best thing is to remember to have a healthy sense of humor. And, well, it seems from these text messages that should never have been released because, well, again, like, they aren't for us to fucking see. That's not our fucking privacy. Like, that's his fucking privacy, I mean. Clearly, what the fuck was I saying? Like...
To him?
Yeah, clearly he didn't fucking like what Trump was doing, but... Yeah, as someone who also disagrees with Trump, on most policy things, I can see that why anybody would find them funny. I've never really listened to the guy speaking, but like whenever I do, it's like, holy shit, this is fucking amazing. This is hilarious. This guy looks hilarious. This guy everything that I hear about this guy is like, let's fucking go, dude. This is poggers. Like, dude, isn't that sort of what you think whenever you hear this guy's name being mentioned for like some that every libtard is getting triggered about again? Like, whenever you hear about, like, the new thing CNN posted, because my mother would constantly watch CNN back when Trump, and she still does, and, like, she would constantly tell, could you believe that Trump did? And in school, most people were anti-Trump. I was going to Louisiana, like, so, again, a red state. Most people would just constantly say, oh my god, Trump, and most people on the left and on the right, a lot of people openly on the right, they'd be like, dude, that was so fucking retarded that Trump did that. Like, what a fucking moron, dude. Jesus Christ. Like, a lot of people, like, young people, agree with that at least. Maybe the old voters would say, but most young people were, like, on the left and even, like, hard on the right, they'd agree, yeah, Trump is a fucking moron. Like, no shit, dude. What do you fucking want to know? And it'd just be so funny because, like, the right would be laughing over it, and the left would just be so fucking triggered, and it would just be so epic to hear about. And I am really fucking salty, I'm gonna tell you that I wasn't into politics back then. If I had created my YouTube channel that I have now back then, oh boy.
Talking to Trump, especially when it's not an interview, you don't actually want to interview Trump, that's a nightmare because you can't get him to answer any questions.
Yeah, I don't know, like, what would he say that of a politician who really is a self-proclaimed non-politician if he's, this is all a lie, bro. Yeah, sounds like someone who's being honest because it's someone who, like, sort of has an idea of who Trump is. I could relate to that, and I disagree with Trump in every way.
Because it's the Trump train, you can get on or off, but you can't steer it.
I could imagine he just goes on tangents. He has Alzheimer's, like, Biden probably.
But talking to Trump is one of the great joys, one of the great animal joys of life. He exudes this kind of animal joy.
Weird.
And I love that.
I don't know.
And I do. And
that's probably a Bible reference or something. I have no idea. This guy's more cultivated than me. He's probably way more cultivated than Sam Cedar. Yeah, that's probably something. I have no fucking clue. That's probably some reference to. Yeah, it's fucking epic, I guess. That's epic. The animal. I can definitely intuitively get that. Like, I don't know, dogs feel fucking. I don't know when they're excited. I don't fucking know.
And the characterizations of Trump is like this force of evil. It's like
Destroyer,
no,
maybe.
Cheney, I'm sorry, that's not. Like, what are you even talking about? I mean,
he calls him a demonic force in these texts.
By the way, I'd like to know when the timeline was, but again, with Trump, he sort of had to pander to his audience, which is sort of probably why he'd be comfortable with people who he also trusts, who are on the same boat. He'd be comfortable with saying ideologically, like, yeah, I am principled, I care, like, he would, why would he virtue signal about that if it just wasn't true? Like, why would he bother saying that shit privately to someone who's in his same boat? But, yeah, like,
It's not. Like, what are you even talking about?
Like, yeah, he sort of had to say that. Everybody had to be pro-Trump at that time, especially Tucker Carlson. Like he's the #1 Fox News host. Like, I have known Tucker Carlson for a lot longer. Like, at least a year before, not a year, like at least 6 months before I figured out he was a top Fox News host, which I was like, holy shit. Like, at first I didn't even know he was a Fox News host.
I mean,
he calls him a demonic force in these texts.
And I've seen.
Yeah, would like to get the timelines. And yeah, what do you think he's gonna say on stage? Yeah, he's mad at Trump because he believes Trump is unprincipled. He doesn't like what Trump did to the Republican Party. A lot of people fucking don't. Yet he sort of had to go on that tangent because his views, yeah, I've already fucking said all this shit. Bro, let me, like, move closer to my desk so y'all could... I'm sure my eyes, like, you know, really red right now. Yeah, God. Let's fucking go, dude. My eyes look just so fucking red. Like, holy shit, dude. Alright. Let me get that back, anyway.
Said it? I mean, I criticize my own children.
I need to see this.
And they're not allowed to criticize me. Just kidding. But...
Nah.
I think there are plenty of things to criticize about.
Yeah, this guy has a healthy sense of humor. Like... Oh my fucking god. Fucking kill myself. My shit just turned on, dude. Yay. Yeah, fucking anyways, dude. I bought these chips because they were cheap. Yeah, they sort of don't taste that great. But I'm gonna keep eating them because I'm a faggot. By the way, no, I'm not a homophobe. Hopefully, Hitler, please don't fucking take me down, okay? That was a joke, alright? Okay,
Trump. I mean, he's a human being.
Dude,
but
Leafy got to do that for so long in 2016. I miss Leafy so fucking much. I would watch him every day, and when he quit, bro, I was like, dude, I'm fiending for this guy. Like, for, like, so many months, every day, I'd just be watching, like, other videos of his like, back-to-back, because, like, fuck, I really wanted to see the next video, and it never came, like. Alright. Bro, that... Yeah, bro, I still miss the Leafy days.
The idea that he's, like, this personally some monster is, like, absurd. It's like it's just another lie.
And he's not saying, by the way, in his text messages that Trump is necessarily, on the level of a moral compass, a bad person. He's saying that he is, like, a destructive fucking human being. He might, just, like, spoiled brats, for example, which is, from what I've heard of him, it seems that he's an entitled spoiled brat, or something like that. Like, okay, like, that person might believe that they're just entitled to these things. And they might believe, yeah, I'm doing good for that. They might not even believe that they have bad intentions. They might just not care. Yeah, he's not saying, that Trump has bad intentions, so that Trump is just an evil guy who wants to do evil things. He's just, saying that what Trump does is destructive. Like, some people can argue that people who they, like, on a moral level, who they, like, philosophically agree with, are destructive. Like, people who would, like, agree with communism in fucking theory, they would like to have everybody have equal opportunities, but the cost of having everyone start with equal opportunities would be to just redistribute wealth, because, well, I don't know, if you want to work your ass off to get your life savings for your kids, because that's the people you're gonna care about the most. But like, hold on a second, like, how about the kids of some poor parents who, like, those kids, they probably deserve a loving father like you, who's just as fucking rich as you are, right? Except that their parents are poor. So, well, those kids don't deserve that. So, like, on that fucking basis, let's just kill your money and give it to these kids, because, well, they deserve it as much as you. Like, thing is, that is theft. That is money you fucking work for, and you should get to put it wherever the fuck you want. Because, again, property rights. Like, that's the whole basis behind the Republican Party. You don't maximize well-being over fucking liberty and property rights. Like, that's just wrong. And communism is just going full in with that, just 100%, you have no property rights. Everything you own belongs to the state, pretty much. And, yeah, like, we're just using all of your stuff to just collectively maximize the common good and maximize people's well-beings. But then, like, the American dream, right? So...
They always tell the opposite of the truth. Trump is like totally charming and engaging and fun and interesting. And the last thing I'll say about Trump that I really love is that his insights into people, which are always expressed in this, because I use words for a living, so I notice how people express things. Trump expresses himself in this way that's like completely original. Completely original. But his insights into people
I mean, it fucking is. Have you ever seen someone in politics like that? Fill in the blank. On the left, they'll say, act that, fucking obnoxious, maybe, shameless, comical, clownish, absurd, just fucking, like, no, like, yeah, you've never seen a man like Trump in politics, fucking have you? And I barely, like, I'm pretty sure I've only ever seen, like, 2 or 3 videos of him actually speaking for more than, like, a minute. And, like, never less than, like, 10 minutes. Never more than, like, 10 minutes. I barely know the guy, but based on what I know of his policies, I don't agree with it. Based on what I know of what he supports, I don't agree with it at all, but...
They're like unbelievable. No, I don't
This
think he's
is
that
like
great
a
a
year.
tyrant,
This is
just
just
being honest.
baby shit.
To put it mildly, but into other people, like, what do you think of so-and-so? And Trump will sum them up perfectly. World leaders, that's who this person is. It's like, it's truly a gift.
Like, I know, I feel like he definitely, since he's principled, he probably assumes that other people don't tend to lie to him. That's why, like, Fox News gets powder a lot of stuff into him, and he'll be convinced most of the time that, yeah, this information comes from Fox News, the, like, source that is the mainstream, again, like, the anti-status quo. Like, these people are in favor of the people, except most of the people are against Fox News, because Republican policies, except for the death penalty, don't tend to be supported by the majority of people. Like, Trump didn't win the fucking popular vote, let me remind you. And he was a populist. Like, yeah, when Tucker sees, like, I'm principled, and I got kicked off of both MSNBC and CNN. Like, and Fox News is the only one that accepted me. Like, he tends to see these people and, really believe that. So maybe he believes, like, when he's prone to thinking, yeah, these people are bad, he might honestly believe this, or he might be saying it through. But again, like, he is principled, as we could see, and, yeah, unless he has a clear reason to want to lie about this, I'm guessing he wouldn't lie. So I'm guessing, like, it's probably, safe to assume he's not making this up. So, like, I'm sure Trump has a very fucking, detailed and, particular, idea of every single person. He tends to dislike every person for a very particular reason. It tends to be pretty epic, because he gets really personal with them, and it's about who they are in their personal lives, which usually is different from in their political lives, right? So that's sort of the idea if you didn't get it.
Did Trump write this speech for him? Like, I could hear Trump say some of these things about it. Like,
No, dude. He has to pander to Trump. That's what Trump likes. You aren't even get that basic.
Totally charming. Wow. I have what they call an animal joy about me. It's so weird, like bizarre.
Whatever.
I mean, to recap, and I'll give you guys the floor. But behind the scenes, within that same 2-month period, November to January, that's in December, he's calling him a demonic
I think this is from
force.
December. This is from December 2022, though, right?
Sorry. Okay, there we go. I mixed that up. Either way,
this doesn't make it any better, right? Yeah.
It doesn't make it better, right? But still, that Charlie Kirk is trying, and this is why he deleted it, to put that out there in order to exonerate Tucker Carlson's.
Dude, I saw this video. I remembered it was 9 hours ago. That's what it showed in your screenshot. Is as of today, so I couldn't imagine it'd be older than like 2 to 3 days old. Like, bro, again, let me put my vapes down. This is 2 weeks ago where I covered this whole thing of him saying these things. There might have been more text messages released about him saying it, bro, but I know, like, this is no longer news. Like, that opinion that he has of Trump, like, that's no longer news, dog. Like, so very cold. Like, by news standards, that's fucking old news, bro. I mean, except if it's January 6th, which, like, then you have to go on for, like, years talking about it, as opposed to Black Lives Matter. Or if you're on the left, you have to pretend that Tucker, is in favor of January 6th when he has always condemned it is like raw and violent, and he has always compared it to the George Floyd protests. And he was even saying, like, yeah, we don't still talk about those fucking protests, do we? Because we're not still milking that, because we have fucking integrity unlike y'all. And yeah, guess what? January 6th, y'all still milking it.
No, man, that makes him look way worse because it shows how much of a liar he is.
Yeah, Tucker condemns both.
Also, people say things about another person in public and then say something completely different about that same person when they're speaking in a private conversation. A public speech does not eradicate any sort of private text that come out. It's not like, oh, I got you. Look what this guy said in public.
Yeah. The argument is sort of that, like, Charlie deleted that because new text messages came out. And he was, I guess then, like, the reason why Charlie would have texted that would have been to reaffirm that, yeah, like, if you go on the idea that Tucker is a person and that most people have integrity, and if you know Tucker, you know he is an honest person with integrity. Yeah, well, here's what he has said. So just letting you know, he'd be staying consistent. So that'd be his argument. So you're just traumatizing a bad argument that was so bad that it was actually deleted because it was fucking outdated by a fucking, like, probably a quote-unquote news person also, just like you. So, dude, I have fucking autism and I'm drunk and my head hurts from stupidity. Like, I don't mean to insult y'all, but, like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I don't think any of y'all are bad people, but, like, how do y'all not fucking see through this? Like, y'all just, again, this shows fucking bias. Like, why do you think people are religious? How do you think people can legit not see through what they're not seeing through? Like, they probably are at least fucking 2 to 3 times my age. And, yeah, if you go on the basis that Tucker Carlson is a good person and you try to make sense of that, it all makes a lot more fucking sense than, well, he said that privately. Well, he must just have a high fucking ego, even though he never fucking talks about himself ever on his news thing. Most people on the left, they constantly fucking talk about themselves. Like Don Lemon, apparently, he is well known for only talking about himself and shit like that. A lot of them literally play the victim card, and they're literally elected because they were born with victim cards. So, yeah, like, Tucker has literally made it a point that he doesn't, like, in his culture, it's, where he was born, it was sort of looked down upon to, like, talk about yourself. So, yeah,
Like, no, people talk shit in private all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to bring this to Glenn Greenwald, who defended Tucker in this, saying that he posted this article, or did this segment around the same time saying, time for Sidney Powell to show us her evidence. But you actually read that story and it's like things like, but the media don't want you to know, they're not interested. If you watched the coverage after today's press conference, you saw credential reporters, some of who acknowledged it. Oh crap, I just got, my phone just switched over. For more than a week, Powell has been all over conservative media. This was the criticism of Powell that Greenwald wants us all to give his buddy / meal ticket Tucker credit for.
Yeah.
For more than a week,
dumb.
Powell has been all over conservative media with the following story: "This election was stolen by a collection of international leftists." Blah blah blah. Now, to be perfectly clear, we did not dismiss any of it. We don't dismiss anything anymore, particularly when it's related to technology. We've talked too many times to too many Silicon Valley whistleblowers, and we've seen too much for 4 years on the air. We literally do UFO segments, not because we're crazy or even interested in the subject, but because there's evidence that UFOs are real and everyone lies about it. There's evidence that a lot of things that are responsible people dismiss out of hand as ridiculous are in fact real. The Yale Political Science Department, the selection was stolen by
because I was sort of zoned out. I don't think they said anything relevant to anything, but
collection of international leftists, blah blah blah. Now, to be perfectly clear, we did not dismiss any of it. We don't dismiss anything anymore, particularly when it's related to technology. We've talked too many times to too many Silicon Valley whistleblowers, and we've seen too much for 4 years on the air. We literally do UFO segments, not because we're crazy or even interested in the subject, but because there's evidence that UFOs are real and everyone lies about it. There's evidence that a lot of things that are
okay, dude, this is getting boring. Let's see what else. Yes, I could react to that too.
What do you want?
I also.
What a job.
Yeah,
that
fuck
I don't
BetterHelp.
hate.
You'll recall that Kevin McCarthy
with that.
decided to release or give Tucker Carlson the opportunity to see all of the videos that have been shielded from the public.
And they shouldn't have been shielded. McCarthy should have just released those videos to everyone. That's sort of... I remember Tucker Carlson made a video that was actually really downvoted. That was titled "McCarthy Needs to Make Concessions." And actually at that point, like, when Tucker got hated, like, I actually made a post on my YouTube channel over that. Just memeing them, saying like, yo, is the Republican Party's going to be in favor of the popular vote all of a sudden? Like, do they no longer want Trump? Because their argument was really like, yeah, like, in the, like, House, like, all representatives, they are a majority against this, but, like, we have the minority, but, like, in our base, like, the majority of us agree with them, so, yeah, like, this is how it should go. So, in that video, Tucker Carlson's, like, told McCarthy, that video was titled, McCarthy Needs to Make Concessions, and he demanded transparency, aka the January 6th footage, be released to everybody, like, all of it. I mean, all of the January 6th footage, he demanded it be released to the public, and for some reason, McCarthy specifically delivered it to Tucker Carlson.
That from the day on January 6th, the unplanned congressional open house that the U.S. Congress had, and Tucker Carlson, he is doing his best to walk a fine line, knows that that Fox is facing probably not an existential threat to its existence, although arguably in terms of this Dominion lawsuit.
Business has continued as usual, dude.
And so...
In fact, even doubled down on that claim, bro. Because apparently that right-wing thing that he was so afraid of, the text messages leaked, well, they're still stronger. He's still cornered, bro. Like, this video that you reacted to, like, still true, dude.
And what else is interesting is happening in the Republican Party is that January 6th, you'll recall, the day after, even the day of, Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, all these Republican leaders were criticizing Trump and were outraged and were horrified. And then over time, of course, they decide it's not in our political interest to do that. And they have tried to sort of like whitewash the sheen of it. And the reason is they are very, very nervous that Trump is going to be the nominee.
I remember I was wondering the first time, like, okay, whitewash. Oh my god, he's going off of that. If you support Trump, you're racist thing. Yeah, like, you know what? You're a communist, dude. Like, I'ma just do that to you too. Oh well, if you're a Republican, you're a Nazi and a racist. Is he the Nazi or racist? Well, guess what? The Nazi party, like, use Trump and Tucker Carlson as a racist. Most of the left's primary argument for that is a great replacement theory, which his version of it is actually based on the Biden amnesty bill of 2021. And people tried to say it was actually the theory that the Charlottesville people were chanting when they were chanting the Jews will not replace us. And based on that, I'm sure he's done that. Like, the right is often strawmanned, especially people like Tucker Carlson, as being Nazis. Well, guess what? The Republican Party and the Nazi Party are two separate fucking parties. Like, okay, well, you're a communist. You're left. Okay, you're a communist. Great fucking argument, dude. You really played those cards well.
They are very, very nervous that Trump is going to be the nominee. And they're going to be losing Republican voters because of that day. That's what they're concerned about. Yeah. Make no mistake about it. They're not going to waste time on this.
Let me just be... What the fuck? I thought you said something dumb.
And they're going to be losing Republican voters because of that day. That's what they're concerned about. Yeah. Make no mistake about it. They're not going to waste time on this. They're going to give it to Tucker Carlson unless they're really worried about that. If they, you know, I mean, that's what their fear is. And so they need to whitewash it. And Tucker Carlson, that's his job.
Oh, my God.
He also, again, remember, he needs the stock price for Fox
this fucking guy
to go up. And
this is
so he needs to bring back some of those QAnon folks. And the best way to do it is to do this.
Dude, you're communist washing people. I'm gonna start using that term, like, as an argument against anything. Like, when I'm just too lazy to fucking come up with a counter argument, if I get that high, I will just say, you know what, I sort of forgot what the fuck you were just saying, because, like, I'm just fucking retarded and just fucked out of my mind, so I'm just gonna say you're communist washing people, because apparently that's a valid argument to you. Unless you believe in double standards, which, I don't know, I've seen you condemn those, so,
This is clip number 1.
Did I just say dumbass? Yeah, sure, fine. Yeah. Insurance.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson's and happy Monday. We're about to show you surveillance footage from inside the United States Capitol. The images you'll see were recorded 26 months ago today on January 6, 2021. Until now, politicians have kept this tape hidden from the public. There is no legitimate justification for that, and there never has been.
Yeah, there was no fucking legitimate justification for that. And, like, who is creating a war on, like, the freedom to, like, spread misinformation and hate speech, which most of the hate speech that is being censored are just people making edgy jokes, because again, like, people who are actually racist are a very, very fringe minority. Most of them are just teenagers making edgy jokes because it's funny to just, why wouldn't you say nigger? Like, literally a fire alarm for libtards. Like, why wouldn't you fucking say that? So most people getting censored over that shit are just people, like, just edgy teenagers trying to have fun. And you know, when it comes to misinformation, people actually believe these things. And well, how do you address misinformation? Do you properly debunk it? Is that how you shut it down? Or do you just shut it down literally by giving it the free talking point of, I don't know, why the fuck did you bother censoring me instead of debunking me if I'm such a clown? And why would, like, big ass platforms like CNN and such, like, complain about specific cases of misinformation and demand for them to be censored when they have the fact-checking ability to just kill it instead? Like, why would they just go on about how they just need to be censored? Like, why would you want to give some that free talking point? Because if someone is really such a clown that they shouldn't be taken seriously, chances are they won't be taken seriously, and what really kicks them off is when they're censored. Because when someone sees you writing clown shit, they might disregard it, but when they see, oh well, I can't really see this clown shit anymore, can I? Because, well, it's been fucking censored. Well, what did someone not want me to get to see? I don't know, it must have been, I don't know, like, maybe somebody who was serious took it seriously, so where do you think people are gonna go from there, especially when there's a mistrust and, like, CNN started that whole thing? Obviously, they were trusted authority figure, and over the rise of George Floyd, they really showed their true colors as corporate Democrats who were not especially principled people. You see them on stage, like, not of that, I'm sorry, but Joe Biden. Like, I think he's a great guy, but, like, corporate Democrats in general, like CNN, a lot of these people of Biden's staff, Kamala Harris, like, yeah, they're just status quo fucking leftists who will, behind the scenes, like, policy-wise, they'll agree with most of the stuff, most Republican policies, and it's like, well, I guess I would agree with a lot of these things too because I'm a Republican, but, like, shouldn't you at least have the integrity to be honest about those positions if you're gonna run? I mean, like, yeah, just be honest and say, like, dude, yeah, I'ma bring up, like, why I'm being so conservative on the border. Like, why am I doing that? I guess the people who elected me, they probably didn't want me to be doing that. In fact, there's literally a conspiracy going around that I'm trying to give them amnesty because I want to replace your vote with their vote because, like, I might believe that their vote is gonna be fucking left-wing or some shit. So, like, yeah, why am I being so conservative on the border? That's probably not something the left really wants. I think these people should be more honest about that. And it's like, yeah, CNN is just typical corporate Democrat. Just try to act like you try to pander to an audience that is more left-wing than the actual policies you push, and just, yeah, like, just care about where the money is. Like, appeal to your donors. Like, is Biden doing, like, dude, the most popular things Biden isn't doing. And his party has most of the most popular stuff. Like, he's just a corporate Democrat, again, so CNN isn't especially principled.
On January 6th, 2 years ago,
Fox News is actually in the fringe because, again, like, I'm pretty sure the only policy I know for sure that is, like, Republican that is actually supported within the majority of people is the death penalty, and Tucker Carlson is against the death penalty.
Thousands of protesters walked from a Trump rally on the ellipse outside the White House to the U.S. Capitol, where the certification of the presidential election was underway. The protesters were angry. They believed that the election they had just voted in had been unfairly conducted.
Pause it for 1 second, and we're going to go back just a couple of seconds. Now, what we're seeing in the context of the discovery from this lawsuit is a big part of the reason why they were upset, thinking that the election had been stolen, was aided and abetted by this very Fox News. And they did so because they...
Guess what? He has condemned the January 6th thing since the very first day. He always said it was bad, and in fact, he kept comparing it to the Black Lives Matter protests. Like, that's actually the first thing I bring up in my next Chen Cougar compilation. Like, I was going to make a next one. I'm probably going to at some point, but this is basically a certified proof that Chen Cougar was dropped as a child. This isn't a conspiracy, actually, but
We're worried about the blowback that they received when they called the election correctly in Arizona on 2020. I mean, this is all documented. New York Times came out with a story just the other day that has all these quotes
about this. Like,
Brett Baer, the other...
yeah, facts don't care about your feelings. And if you want to play strategically, especially as someone in power, you should... And that's, again, the thing that he said about the Putin wall. You should, especially in a moment like that, what Putin has done is really bad, but the most important thing is to keep our heads straight and to think about it. I think that was a part, like, moral outrage isn't enough. Moral outrage isn't a foreign policy. And,
like, New Times came out with a story just the other day that has all these quotes by this very Fox News. Now, what we're seeing in the context of the discovery from this lawsuit...
Months ago today, on January 6th, 2 years ago,
Now, what we're seeing in the context of the discovery from... Go back just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, wait.
Where the certification of the presidential election was underway. The protesters were angry. They believed that the election they had just voted in had been unfairly conducted.
Pause it for 1 second. And we're going to go back. Just
I don't know what the fuck I was... Let me actually go back to my live stream. Like, suicidal tendency.
That Tucker Carlson. Because they...
Guess what? He has condemned the January 6th. Yeah, I was talking about that. Like, in pretty much every time, that'd be the first thing I'd put in my next Chen Cougar is a moron compilation. And actually did way more well than I expected. Like, let's go. And it was a great video too, I think. But, yeah, Tucker Carlson said that Trump is a demonic force. He has openly condemned January 6th when most right-wingers don't do that. He has condemned Putin when, like, on my Chen Cougar compilation, most people actually, like, let's just look at this real quick. Okay. I believe Russia did the right thing. That's probably the comment with the most likes. Other than fucking this one, which most people disagreed with. That most people agreed with me and agreed with Tucker Carlson, and guess what? It seems that, and I was very, oh, well, this is, I don't know what that's about, East Policy, yes, like, one of the top comments was, I believe that Russia did the right thing, and, like, people were probably joking about that, like, probably some right-wingers who were just, let's trigger the lips by liking that. Like, it's just a joke. I don't know what the context is behind that, but, like, for all I know, like, Tucker's audience might actually be pro-Putin, but guess what? He's condemning Putin, but he's just anti-war. And he's just going on the anti-war narrative, and he might lose a lot of his audience by being anti-Putin, but he's still gonna condemn the war and the money going to Ukraine, which, I mean, I agree with the money going to Ukraine, but, I mean, I can definitely sympathize with his points when he's like, yeah, I'm against Zelensky, and apparently, like I learned from Tucker Carlson, Zelensky imprisoned his political adversary or something, and, like, yeah, his political opponent, and, he made the news station in his country just be a one-party news station. Only one party was allowed. Like, yeah, do you think he would have been sued if he had said that and it was false? Fucking probably.
A couple of seconds. Now, what we're seeing in the context of the discovery from this lawsuit is a big part of the reason why they were upset thinking that the election had been stolen was aided and abetted by this very Fox News. And they did so.
And they didn't like having to do that, as they admitted in private, because, again, they are principled.
Because they were worried about the blowback that they received.
I'm sure you are too. But at least I'm not going to say my political adversaries are always unprincipled, because I fucking want to think they are. Like, dude, my shot glass almost fucking fell again. I'm really glad it didn't, and I'm really glad it was empty. That would have been a big waste of liquor.
When they called the election correctly in Arizona on 2020. I mean, this is all documented. New York Times came out with a story just the other day that has all these quotes. Brett Baer, the other newsy person there, what's her name? Martha McClellan, was that it?
Martha McCallum, yeah.
Yeah, they were all like, look, we can do calls based upon statistics and math, but we need another layer to consider. And that layer is our stock values are going to go down because people aren't going to like us anymore who watch the show. And so
yeah, it's sort of the right wing is based on protecting business over your feelings. And sometimes you need to do some that may on face value look bad to save your integrity, and you have to put your ego aside and just do the right business move if you don't want to get fucking shattered, because it makes no fucking common sense to just shatter your own business out of just pride.
In the subsequent weeks,
especially if your business is you spreading a message that you actually believe in, which Tucker Carlson is doing that for that reason, because obviously his incentive isn't fucking money, because as he's open about, he's fucking rich, and that also plays into like debunking this thing of he's trying to relate so much with the average person. Yeah, not only does he wear a tie, as people mentioned, but he's more of the elite who's like, I'm open about, I am an elite, and I fucking saw the elites, and I don't fucking like how they behave, so I'm exposing them. That's literally his narrative. So I think he should have kept the bow tie. I've said that before, I'm gonna say it again. I think
Fox
it was
was
a
part
great
of
signature
ginning
for
up
him.
this notion that your country has been stolen from you.
As a lie.
As a lie.
It is a fact now that we know from this Dominion discovery that Tucker Carlson knew this was a lie.
It was,
yeah.
He knew it was a lie.
Propaganda.
I mean, and so like this is.
What a name. Yeah. Sometimes I'm sure you have lied. I'm sure. If either of you, have I asked y'all if y'all have ever lied, y'all would probably say yes, but I'm sure that if y'all said no, y'all would probably be lying. So
One, his Fox viewers, they're in that bubble that you talk about, right? So they're probably not reading this. They might just say it's fake news. But if there's anybody on the margins, this is a bit of a CYA moment for him too.
Yep. And the way he's CYAing it is he's going to say that they were.
Oh. Jesus fucking Christ. He's speaking code for just shit-talking people. That's so sad.
The way he's CYAing it is he's going to say that they were justified in believing it was stolen, but not explain why.
Oh, because it's bad word. Oh. That's fucking... I'm sorry. Yeah, I get that. Whatever.
Because if he did, it would probably be...
YouTube sort of fucking hit me on that shit, dude, to be fair.
It was stolen, but not explain why. Because if he did, it would probably be used in their lawsuit like they still haven't learned their lesson. Go ahead.
Wait, what?
It would probably be used in their lawsuit like they still haven't learned their lesson. Say that they were justified in believing it was stolen, but not explain why. Because if he did, it would probably be used in their lawsuit like they still haven't learned their lesson. Go ahead.
They had just voted
in. Yeah, okay, I'm sure. But again, yeah, he's admitted that that is a lie, and now he's still cornered. And again, you've reacted to that. You know that this is his principle. Yeah, if he's really cornered, he lies. And there, his channel was backed into a corner. His faith on television, whether he'd get to keep pushing a message that he genuinely believed in, why else would he get up every day to like do such a like heavy tasking fucking job when he was born fucking rich and never needed more fucking money? Like, he could have just retired on day one, but instead he's busting his ass off doing this shit and getting all the criticism in the world. I'm sure he's one of the most hated people across all 50 states. But he is actually fucking principled. Unlike you fucking try to make it look like.
Had been unfairly conducted, and they were right. In retrospect, it is clear the 2020 election was a grave betrayal of American democracy. Given the facts that have since emerged about that election, no honest person can deny it.
Pause it. Now, he will deny it because he, if you listen carefully the way he's constructed that, he can deny it because he's clearly dishonest. And we know that from the discovery in this Dominion lawsuit.
That's why he says it was unfairly conducted. That's a very specific piece of language about the election. Not that it was rigged, not that it was stolen, not that there was Hugo Chavez inside of the machine. It was unfairly conducted. So
do tell. But he can't because he'll...
Yeah, he's literally stated that like, he believes in the principle of try to make politics simple again. He believes that, like, the simplest stuff are mostly, like, most fucking, like, most enlightening. He thinks we should keep things simple because when they get nuanced and ideological and complicated, like, they just stop meaning anything. And if we keep things simple, like, we can understand them better and they usually make more sense. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I don't necessarily agree with that entirely, but like, I can definitely understand that, especially from an intuitive perspective. Like, yeah.
Because then they're getting the Blake Masters was in the...
That is a good political strategy too, if you actually want to reach people and have your speech matter, like have an impact.
Primary.
Exactly. All right, let that run out and then we'll go to the next one.
This person can deny it. Yet the beneficiaries of that election continue to lie.
Hell yeah, dude. Get some of that. My mother just buys these, and it's like, I don't know, I think it's water tastes better than water a little bit. I don't know.
About what is now obvious.
Okay, yeah. So then he goes on to show this exculpatory video.
Like, for once, he's not like, this is outrageous. Okay, good job. You restrained yourself for once.
Remember
that actually looked... Okay, now he's back on that. That actually looks sort of appealing for a second.
Tucker Carlson has access to all of the videos now. So what he's going to show you, and this is on the 2-year anniversary of January 6th. So this is the night where everybody's tuning in to see this stuff. He's going to show you the most exculpatory stuff. And it's actually going to be footage of people not rampaging. He's going to show you the rampaging stuff, but then he's going to say, like, there's also not rampaging. So,
yeah, and I would imagine that the point of Yes, I'm sure I commented in that video. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the point of showing that footage was probably to point out the fact that these people are also in jail. Except they're not invited, so why are they also in jail? Like, look at all these people who are in jail, and he's been saying that on the show for a long time. Like, this lady, I think, either she was she just walked around the Capitol building for a few minutes, but like, she was walking her dog or something. Like, Tucker mentioned that, like, he mentioned a bunch of people who were just completely peaceful, just obviously peaceful, who got imprisoned. So maybe that was the point of bringing that up. Like, going up, yeah, some footage was cherry picked because what footage did you see? Like, the footage of all the people who were there, like, all the people in prison now, like, what did they look like? Why hasn't all of the footage been revealed? Why is only the violent footage been revealed? That sort of links to bias. Like, sort of funny how, yeah, like, what other, you're not gonna tell us why you're not releasing this footage. We all know that transparency is the best way for democracy to work. Like, if you're honest, the best way to, like, prove your honesty is through transparency, and if you're not doing this for partisan reasons, like, you would either have a genuine reason for not showing the clips, or you would at least not be fucking hiding it. And when it shows that, well, yeah, you were not being transparent about this. You weren't showing us the clips, and it turns out the clips you were admitting to were just these people being just peaceful. Well, how on earth are you gonna justify putting them in prison then? As Tucker has pointed out, like, for a long time now. And it's like, again, what the fuck was I gonna say? I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say, but
of people not rampaging. He's gonna show you the
yeah, like, holy shit, dude, I'm so gone. Yeah, like, the whole thing, by the way, he did condemn the January 6th protest, but, let me see, I probably, yeah, that's some other people. Yeah, that was funny. I saw, was, like, suggested on my phone.
rampaging stuff, but then he's going to say, like, there's also not rampaging. So, in other words, like, it's basically.
Is this
like
how he
saying
treated the George Floyd protest?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he actually compared both of them to one another multiple times. Probably even in that fucking video. Yeah, in fact, let me see. I could probably, yeah, in this
months, that footage was held from the American public.
I don't think it was that one.
Committee made certain.
Let me see. Yeah.
A career in the IT support field does not have to be overwhelming. At Unitech Training Academy,
My Torres is getting
really lie and crush people. Mitch McConnell, Tom Tillis, and BLM superfan Mitt Romney, all weak men, and like all weak men, vicious men. Well, Garland said over 100. The Government Accountability Office says the number.
Yeah, I guess a lot of the, like, he was showing the violent parts of these protests, but have you ever seen any non-violent footage of these protests? Like, yeah, and there are no government restrictions from releasing such footage.
Is 114.
So,
we're just gonna
maybe they just didn't go viral because who cares, and that's why Tucker didn't find them.
We don't know if it's true, but we'll take it at face value, and that is bad. We are opposed to assaulting police officers in any context. We said that on January 6, 2020. And we'll say it again. We're against that. But is January 6th the worst assault on the U.S. government since the Civil War? That's insane. It's not even close. How about March of 1954, when Puerto Rican separatists shot 5 congressmen in the Capitol building? 5 members of Congress shot the Civil War. You're just a flat-out liar if you're saying that. More recently, this is an event we all remember, Antifa descended on Washington, D.C. to force the sitting president from office. But it was Trump, so that's cool. And while they were there, they set a historic Christian church on fire. St. John.
But, like, I guess right here he was sort of trying to make it look worse, because, like, he was sort of going on the thing of Trump's election was stolen, doubling down on that, so... Yeah, he was sort of trying to win his audience over there, probably. But, yeah, he's always said in the past, he's been consistent on this. He's been comparing the two, and he even said, like, look, like, pretty much the same thing here. January 6th, well, Black Lives Matter, well, were we still talking about it, like, that long after it fucking happened? No, we weren't still milking it, like, but y'all still talking about the January 6th thing. Like, he made that a point on his channel, I'm sure you could find that. Like, yeah, he has compared the two multiple times and said, like, they're pretty much the same thing.
But this
and he's
is also
condemned both of them equally.
so like saying, like, you know, everybody spends time thinking about the time where that person's bludgeoning the other person. But they never think about what's happening the other 23 hours of the day.
Oh, he's gonna
like, that's what this is about, right? Like, yeah. They weren't just marauding. They were sometimes also walking comfortably because they had already won, and like the cops didn't know what to do at that point because there was already half of their force in the infirmary, essentially. But here we go.
And one more thing. Virtually no one in Washington, Republican or Democrat, certainly not in the...
Like, one guy died of a heart attack, and the other one died of suicide, apparently. He also mentioned that in that video. It's like, y'all should watch
news media wanted to see this tape released tonight. That's why it's remained hidden for more than 2 years. In recent weeks, the usual hyenas in Congress and on cable news have been howling about we are putting lives at risk by showing this tape to the public. Given that these are the very same people who support open borders and defunding the police, it is hard to take their complaints seriously. But we do take security seriously. So before airing any of this video, we checked first with the Capitol Police. We're happy to say their reservations were minor, and for the most part, they were reasonable. In the end, the only change that we made was in blurring the details of a single interior door in the Capitol building. You're unlikely even to notice it when we show you, and we are confident it does not affect our reporting.
So there is value in pushback about security because it forced him to go to the Capitol Police to get a sign off. But go ahead.
Of a single interior door in the Capitol building.
Oh, you know, it also occurs to me that if I was like a Speaker of the House, I would probably do that. I would do the part.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, I guess, thing is, McCarthy doesn't really know it. Yeah, McCarthy, who was a Speaker of the House, should, like, I don't know, hire an editing team to edit it. Well, Tucker Carlson works for Fox News. Like, he's already got a team like that behind him. Like, yeah, if you could just leave it in the hands of a trusted figure and his... I'm sure the left wing often just cooperates with their fellow people who hold the same ideologies as them. Like, in the Senate, like, get them to do favors for them or some stuff. Like, since that was Tucker Carlson's demand to release it, and he was like, for some reason, he decided, yeah, let me leak it to him. Like, he'll be the best judge of it. And, like, that, no one's gonna leak misinformation and, like, make a huge fucking, like, hype train over the, like, the infuriating stuff. Like that, someone who's objective will get to make a fair analysis of it. That was probably
I wouldn't leave it up to...
I don't know anything about McCarthy.
To Tucker Carlson to do that. I would do that, but...
Yeah, McCarthy is going to go through the footage and, like, learn how to use an editing software, like, hire people on it. Like, Tucker Carlson was actually the one who, like, called for him to do that as videos. I mean, in his video, McCarthy needs to make concessions. So, I mean, yeah, like people went off on him in the comments, and like half of his audience, like, were actually Republicans and would like argue against that. And it was funny that none of the people who were arguing against Tucker, like, none of them actually realized that their argument was inherently in favor of the popular vote. Like, the ones, like, arguing against them, like, I mean, again, I disagree with what they were saying, but it was just, they would pretty much tell them, like, did you realize, like, you are the electoral college, right? Like, you sort of are, like, Republican, like, that's a Republican saying, like, what the fuck? And they just wouldn't fucking concede that they just wanted no electoral college popular vote. It was fucking hilarious, but...
But Kevin McCarthy can't do anything that Tucker Carlson doesn't want to do.
That shit.
Go ahead.
You're unlikely even to notice it when we show you, and we are confident it does not affect our reporting. With that, here's the video. It doesn't answer every question from January 6th, far from it. But it does prove beyond doubt that Democrats in Congress, assisted by Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, lied about what happened that day. They are liars. That is conclusive, and that fact should prevent them from ever being taken seriously again. We're going to begin tonight with footage that shows you what was actually happening inside the Capitol. The footage does not show an insurrection or a riot in progress. Instead, it shows police escorting protesters through the building, including the now infamous QAnon shaman. Watch. These are the pictures you've seen of January 6th. They're familiar because they've been playing on a loop on every media outlet in America for the last 2 years. There's a reason for that. But it turns out there's quite a bit of video you haven't seen. And that video tells a very different story.
We saw all this too.
No, we did see all this. We saw it in real time.
The point is, why are these people in jail, dude? And no, like, if they wanted that footage to be released, it wouldn't have been that hype if the footage wasn't being fucking released. And it's very popular with the left to be like, let's just censor such and such, just for the sake of not having misinformation spread or whatever. As if transparency was, like, the thing to avoid, in order to prevent misinformation, instead of the way to fucking avoid it.
The amazing thing about it is, it literally is like so much of, like, you know, a serial abuser going like, you only remember the bad times.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So
yes.
You only remember the times where I hit you, but never the times where I brought you flowers afterwards. Or the times I just wasn't hitting you.
Yeah, look at these people peacefully.
Like, dude, we all already understood your point. Like, I mean, you are already at 10 minutes. Like, you could have just ended your video right there. I mean, what? I don't know why he fucking... It's like, yeah, okay, you're just running in on your useless fucking point. You're like, Jesus Christ, I'm so gone.
Sort of protesting on behalf of a lie that I've been servicing for lead up to this.
I mean, yeah, I don't know, like this would be the version of him going like, you know, the all this footage of like the Ukrainian military just hanging out in their bunks and sleeping, like I mean, it's just what's amazing is this is the best he could do.
Yeah.
Just go and let it play because it is.
So it's all the real messages in the framing and the.
None of these people are sleeping in these clips. You maybe a fucking moron.
Without a doubt. Look at that. There's people there who are
want you to see this.
It was like cops after their friends had been beaten to death who were just trying to like stay there and contain the situation.
Except I didn't see that. In fact, let's just watch this footage again because now we sort of have to. Where was that? Okay, so...
Police escorting protesters through the building, including the now infamous QAnon shaman. Watch. These are the pictures you've seen of January 6th. They're familiar because they've been playing on a loop on every media outlet in America for the last 2 years. There's a reason for that.
Exaggeration.
But it turns out there's quite a bit of video you haven't seen.
I got completely zoned down. I completely forgot what I was... Okay, don't say anyone's sleeping there.
These are the pictures you've seen
Don't
of
say anyone's
January
sleeping
6th.
there. Don't say anyone's sleeping.
They're familiar
Oh, yeah,
because they've
that's,
been playing on a loop on every
wait,
media outlet in
tell them the wrong
America for
thing.
the last 2 years. There's a reason for that.
Exaggeration.
But it turns out
Don't
there's
say
quite a
anyone's
bit of
sleeping
video
there.
you haven't seen.
Don't say anyone's
That video
sleeping
tells a
there.
very different
So
story.
ridiculous.
We saw all this too.
No, we
Yeah.
did see all this. We saw it in real time. But the amazing thing about it is,
The amazing thing is none of these people are fucking sleeping, dude. I'm half asleep. I'm probably like at least 5 times more days than Joe Biden might ever be from fucking dementia, if he even has that. Probably doesn't. Otherwise he'd be fucking diagnosed with it. But, like, yeah, it's still a funny meme though. But, dude, I could tell, and none of these people are sleeping, bro. That's pretty funny.
literally is like so much of like, you know, a serial abuser
making
going
a
like,
joke?
you only remember the bad times.
Yes. Yes.
You only remember
Yes.
the times where I hit you, but never the times where I brought you flowers afterwards.
That was so
Or
cringe.
the times I just wasn't hitting you.
Yeah, look at these people peaceful.
Like, as if that composing was still needed for you to, like, smash it on your point. Yeah, we
Fully,
get what you're
sort of
saying. Like,
protest-
Jesus Christ, we're not that
On
fucking
behalf of a
retarded.
lie that I've been servicing for lead up to this.
I mean, yeah,
Like,
I
get
don't know.
that
Like
with your
this would be the version of him going like, you know,
You're gonna make another...
all this footage of like the Ukrainian military just hanging out in their bunks and sleeping. Like,
Oh, yeah.
like I mean,
Oh, I just want that. I genuinely thought he was saying that Tuck was showing footage of them sleeping. Like, Sam Cedar would genuinely be the type of guy to do that. Well, that's pretty embarrassing that I did that shit. I'm not really, because, like, you know, when you take what I'm taking, that's sort of, you know, that's what it is, bro. Like, I mean, already I'm retarded, and I don't have control over that. But, like, I smoke weed and then I'm even more retarded. Like, it is what it is, bro. You know? Okay, I'm just unpause that.
it's just what's amazing is this is the best he could do.
Yeah.
Just let it play because it is.
No, it's
No, actually, you're missing the point. He's been saying, yeah, our question is, why are these people in jail tonight? And if you look at this video, I'm not gonna bother going through it, but yeah, I'm sure you could look at it, and your shit's completely debunked.
it's all the real messages in the framing and the suggestion.
Without a doubt. Look at that. There's people
They
there
didn't
who are
want
just
you to see this.
There was like cops after their friends had been beaten to death who were just trying to like stay there and contain the situation.
The automated Amazon store guaranteeing your profits and the time frames in which you're going to make them, and that your store will never get shut down.
Last 2 years. There's a reason for that. But it turns out there's quite a bit of video you haven't seen. And that video tells a very different story about what happened on January 6th.
Oh, look, somebody picked up
More
something.
than 40,000 hours of surveillance footage from in and around the Capitol have been withheld from the public. And once you see the video, you'll understand why. Taken as a whole, the video record does not support the claim that January 6th was an insurrection. In fact, it demolishes that claim.
Yeah, again, he might just be saying that, like, I don't know, I've never cared about it, like, bro, January 6th, yeah, is it, I don't know, I'm guessing most left-wing people who are smart would care more about higher wages or healthcare, even though higher wages are theft, and they are just fucking obviously against the 13th Amendment, just, like, just just fucking hugely in violation of the 13th Amendment. But yeah, like, I'm sure if you're on the left and you're smart, you should probably care more about those things.
And that's exactly why the Democratic
Then,
Party
like,
and
oh, well, people fucking stormed the... Yeah, like, those people took an L. Like, some people went and fucked with them and, like, I don't know, called them gay and, like, teased them and shit. Like, fucking dude, deal with it. Thug life. Like, fucking thug life glasses, bro. Like, I'm sure Dolan Donk made a fucking, like, meme about
its allies in the media prevented you from seeing
It's
it.
like, that's old now.
By controlling the images, you were allowed to...
Or like the Black Lives Matter protests. Like, no, they burnt buildings. Do you think people might have died in that? Well, I don't know. Jesus Christ, like...
You from January 6th.
Right.
They controlled how the public understood that day. They could lie about what happened, and you would never know the difference.
This is his Adam Curtis.
Yes,
exactly.
They created
It's like
a
Adam Curtis
pretext
getting
for
the
a
BBC
federal
archives.
crackdown on opponents of the Uniparty in Washington.
Our office wanted to ensure that there was shock and all that.
Sorry, pause it 1 second. The Uniparty in Washington, he got these... could you just remind people how he got access to these tapes?
It was just given to him by Kevin McCarthy.
Who is he part of one of the parties?
He's part of the Uniparty.
Like...
By controlling the images you were allowed to view from January 6th, they controlled...
No, they're just in the same party.
How the public understood...
And that Taku is saying the Democratic Party is trying to create a uniparty. He's not saying that they are one, obviously, because otherwise he'd be off the air. He's even said, like, Democrats want me off the air. And he's right, Democrats were back then for the Great Replacement rant, trying to, like, they were confirmed to get taken off the air. So, yeah, what you're saying makes no sense when you consider that put into context.
Stood that day. They could lie about what happened, and you would never know the difference. Those lies had a purpose. They created a pretext for a federal crackdown on opponents of the Uniparty in Washington.
Pause it. The federal, to be clear, it was all the people that you're seeing there who are smashing stuff and stabbing, with their flags, the cops. Those are the people who have been cracked down upon. Go ahead.
And you would never know the difference. Those
I'm
lies
sure
had
that's what you'd say of the Black Lives Matter protest.
purpose. They created a pretext for a federal crackdown on opponents of the Uniparty
And they were burning churches and stuff.
in Washington.
Our office wanted to ensure that there was shock and all that. We could charge as many people as possible.
The first thing you notice from viewing the full video record of January 6th is just how many people entered the Capitol building that day. Hundreds and hundreds of people, possibly thousands, over the course of about 2 hours. The crowd was enormous. A small percentage of them were hooligans. They committed vandalism. You've seen their pictures again and again. But the overwhelming majority weren't. They were peaceful. They were orderly
look at these
and neat.
brochures. Oh, good.
Yeah, and the whole point is to say, why are these peaceful protesters in fucking jail?
Sorry,
today?
like, I don't care.
Like, how are you not seeing through this? That's his question. Like, he's asked that question explicitly. You're not showing those tapes, dude, are you?
No glass was busted, and they just overran security and meandered around there like cows. They were there to encourage the overturning of an election that they fucking lost.
Officer, I did not smash the window. I walked in here, it was already smashed. I saw a TV. I quietly, calmly walked up to the TV, took it, and walked out. I'm sure Tucker Carlson would be like, oh, this is called browsing and shopping. It's just that it wasn't their fault that there was no one there to take their credit card.
Yeah, I think he's sort of going on a tangent of just some bullshit that's based on nothing. And yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about right here. I think that's probably him just doing a dum-dum.
It's shattered window shopping. Like, but also, again, just returning to the point Matt made, None of this grace would ever be given to any of the protesters protesting for Black Lives Matter, even as we have increasing evidence that there were
That goes both ways, by the way.
provocateurs in some of those demonstrations, pushing demonstrators to violence. With this, it's like, hey, look at these guys. They're just tourists in D.C.
Yep. Some outside agitators, but besides that, they were just, flooding the Capitol to again overturn an election that they lost, and like that Tucker can't be explicit about that. Has to tap dance around that. I think says it all.
They committed vandalism. You've seen their pictures again and again. But the overwhelming majority weren't. They were peaceful. They were orderly and meek. These were not insurrectionists. They were citizens. Footage from inside the Capitol overturns the story you've heard about January 6th.
I'm not going to show you much of that footage. I'm just going to show you these 2-second clips of like people walking. God.
What do you want him to fucking do? He's on news. Like, I'm pretty sure he said like that he did release the footage. So like, if I remember, you could just watch him. You could just watch it. Of course, I'm too fucking lazy to. Most people are, like, again, like, I've seen some guy, actually pretty funny, like, yeah, like, some tall guy who's, like, I guess sort of a left-wing comedian, and, like, yeah, he was going to Trump rallies, yeah, Jordan Klepper, like, he was going to, like, rallies. I can't believe I remembered that. I only ever watched like 2 videos from him. Like, telling people, like, what do you think about, like, the transcript or whatever? I don't know if it was first text returns, like, whatever the fuck, but it's like, yeah, basically the Trump supporters would say, yeah, you should read the transcript, and then they would say, well, yeah, no shit, I haven't read this transcript, like, the fuck? I have better shit to do with my life, because, yeah, I guess definitely, like, yeah, if you really want to know for some reason, you should read the transcript. If you don't, but, like, that's just, well, you should get your information, accurate information, but then, like, they maybe don't care enough, because they have more important things to do with their lives.
Were not insurrectionists, they were sightseers. Footage from inside the Capitol
That's a 2-syllable word, so I should know that, but, well, clearly I don't.
Returns the story you've heard about January 6th. Protesters queue up in neat little lines. They give each other tours outside the speaker's office. They take
They're wearing helmets
and they
for
smile.
some weird reason.
They're not destroying the Capitol. They obviously revere the Capitol. They're there because they believe the election was stolen from them. They believe in the system. Here's the man you've heard referred to as the QAnon shaman outside the Senate chamber. These are not rioters. These are people who wandered over from a political rally.
We will not let them silence your
I'm
voices.
not going to watch the rest of this, but you can go and watch this. There are images of and video of the shaman basically with cops following him. Now, I guess they could have arrested him, but here's the point. What would 2 cops who arrested somebody in there do? You had cops on one side of the wall who had their...
And you have the protesters who are like... I've heard, like, Secular Talk made that point, someone who actually makes good points, and he made that point because that's actually a good point, like, yeah, where would they gonna take these people, like, they could just arrest them and then just keep them there, but, like, yeah, so that is a point, but Secular Talk made an even better point, which is maybe some of these police officers were in favor of these protesters, because cops can be right-wing too.
Guns drawn.
Protecting and apparently the status quo on the left is that all cops are racist, so...
of the House. What you don't see is video of Republicans or any members of the Uniparty going like, why are you doing that? Put your guns away. No, they're all terrified. Including Mike Pence, who was ushered out of the bill. Why was he?
Tom Cotton.
Well, there's an open house. Why isn't Mike Pence going up?
I've heard enough, dude. I don't know about these people, okay? About these people, but... I don't know anything about Jimmy Dore. I've never heard him say it. I think I've seen his name in a lot of titles for some reason. I don't know the guy, I don't know. Okay, let's keep saying this. I'm sure there'll be more juice
And saying, I
today.
try not to do it on TV or whatever, right?
Right.
Like, okay, we're not talking about...
Yeah, really. Well, you just, saw private text messages that would confirm things going in that direction, and you just laughed it off. So good job.
A little white lie to say, oh, I really like your dress. We're talking about your performance as a right-wing, like, fascist type who has enormous influence where...
Yeah, except, dude...
At Public Rec, we're on a mission to make comfort look good. It starts with our best-selling...
And I watch people like David Frum and Bill Crystal, people I worked with and respected who are very smart, for sure, both of them, decide to say things they knew weren't true for whatever reason. I can't guess at their motive, and I found it repulsive, and I still do. So that was really the beginning of my break with the conventional view of things.
You know, and giving someone a compliment is always a dangerous proposition, because probably more often than not, compliments are meant for some other purpose to
That's for sure.
make that...
Beware flattery, definitely.
Exactly, to make that person like you, whatever it may be. But I'm going to give you a compliment that I think is totally devoid of certainly any ulterior motive, and honestly also devoid of emotion. You know, I said this. I think I'd like to be able to step outside myself and observe myself somewhat objectively, if not objectively self-aware, and say, look, I was at ESPN and I had not yet joined Fox, and I was asked, you know, who would you like to have dinner with? Name your 3 people. And you were one of the 3 people. And the reason for that, Tucker, has to do with whatever this transformation is that you've gone through over some period of time. You just described a much longer period of time than the one that I've observed. Of course, I've known who you are for a long time. Close.
I have a very clear memory of... I am embarrassed. Went to Iraq in December, and after that, I just thought...
Probably more often than not, compliments are meant for one of the 3 people. And they're me in a different direction than I was 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Destroy. It's really their only has taken the society for direction. That's not weird. That's just how we're born. So you're always going to have a ruling class. The question is it an impressive ruling class? Are they smart people? Do they have self-restraint? Do they have wisdom? Are they thinking past, you know, the next?
I'm just gonna have to keep seeing this.
In the digital-first era, enterprises need to deliver digital products faster than ever before.
For direction. That's not weird. That's just, you know, the next you're supposed to be leading. Like, how did that happen personally? And they couldn't be less suited to leadership. And that's an emergency. And if you ignore it, then you suck and you deserve to be replaced. That's kind of how I feel. It's not more complicated.
Of the forgotten man. How did this guy become the voice of populism? And what I hear you telling me is the way that you have, not by calculation, not by any, and that's what you will be accused.
I'm not that dishonest, actually. And I just kind of say what I think. Why wouldn't I? Always assume everyone else is cheating on his wife. That's just the way they are. You know, I've got a lot of faults. I'm not that dishonest, actually. And I just kind of say what I think. Why wouldn't I? I'm 53. There's no advantage in lying. I don't. If I can help it, I mean, I guess if you caught me doing something bad, I would lie about it. But in general, I try not to lie. My motives are super straightforward. And I don't hear much criticism about myself because I'm pretty cut off. But to the extent I hear it, it's like, oh, no, he's doing this for money. No, I'm not. I've never been a money guy, you know, at all. I mean, I remember my...
Yeah, and in case that's not convincing, consider the fact that he was born being the inheritor of Swanson's Food. Don't know anything about that place, but basically he was born rich. So yeah, he was born rich, but like he busts his ass off when he could have retired on day one because well he wants to become rich, except that he's already fucking rich. So which one fucking is it, dumbass? It's like people are so fucking stupid with that shit. But yeah, he's like, yeah, if I got caught like cheating on my wife or some shit, yeah. But that has nothing to do with him just repeating another fucking lie that he said. Like, that was just Sam Sato poisoning the world. Like, Sam Sato is the undisputed champion of that. Like, possibly, I don't know if I'd go as far as saying, like, he competes with Chen Kugu. That's certain.
Last summer I was out west fishing, and he's like, there are all these stories about how you're secretly vaxxed, and you're casting aspersions on the COVID vaccine because you don't want your audience to
I
get the
forgot
vaccine
that.
or whatever. I said, why would
yeah, everybody was trying to say that, like, oh yeah, you're secretly vaxxed, and that's why you're not gonna disclose your vaccine status. Because I saw the Humanist Report, like, everyone was saying, like, dude, we all know you're secretly vaxxed, and you're just saying this, and you don't want to admit it because, well, you're not gonna disclose your vaccine status because, well, we all know what that would be, huh? Yeah, no, his argument was, I'm not disclosing it because that's my fucking privacy, and you should be able not to disclose it, and that's a good stance to take. That's a very good moral stance to take. Like, his viewers would all have praised him for saying, I'm unvaccinated, I never took the vaccine, but he was the bigger man. He would have gotten, a lot of support for saying that, but he said, no, this is my privacy, because, well, in such a divided landscape where, like, people will say, well, you're contributing to murder, you're indirectly, like, putting people in danger by not getting vaccinated, and on the opposite side, you have people genuinely feeling like, this vaccine isn't safe, and, like, we don't know the side effects, and believing all that stuff. Like, in a world, like, I definitely get the argument that by not being vaccinated, you prevent herd, immunity and stuff like that. But it's like, in a world where people genuinely believe that this vaccine is not safe and they don't trust it, like, should they really have to inject that to be able to, like, I think there's a lot of nuance there. But guess what? Tucker Carlson, he saw, like, yeah, I think it's a good example to set to just say, no, you shouldn't disclose that. But, no, like, people of course love to assume he has bad intentions. They just walk backwards from that premise, and that's why they legit made videos just speculating on that, and legit covering it as fact. Like, we all know what your vaccination status would be, and it wouldn't resonate well with your talking points and your views now. No. Well, he just said it now. Now that it's no longer, 5 months ago, nobody really cared anymore. The COVID hype was more or less
about
over.
the vaccine that I was secretly I'm not vaxxed, never have been vaxxed.
Yeah, so there you fucking go. The thing with him. So, yeah, that podcast actually debunked a lot of the stuff, a bunch of the lies that people often. I should react to that at some point. Like, it's getting late. I'm getting tired,
I don't know why.
When I lied to those 3 million people that night about something that was at least substantial enough to be on the news, I try not to. And so I'd like a little.
Yeah, who has lied, in your circle who you haven't called out? Anna Kasparian, she does, news. She's like she's literally the most popular fucking platform of, news. They legit present as news. Like, the Majority Report, you see how you're structured with all that, like, it's structured as a news thing. They have similar stuff. Like, yeah, they might be the most popular, like, progressive slash, like, socialist leaning type YouTuber. He's probably in favor of a social democracy, or something like that. Like, yeah, well, guess what? Anna Kasparian, has lied about Ben Shapiro, as I've covered and I'm gonna keep covering. She claimed that Ben Shapiro was like, just this great person who's very principled and very smart, just absolutely flattered him, just pandered to him. When she met him at Politicon, she didn't have to do that. She could have just not fucking said anything about how she feels about him. Because for years before then, she had always been saying that Ben Shapiro is a horrible fucking quack. In her own words, a talentless fraud that's paid off by the fucking right. And yeah, he's just a moron, talentless hack, and he's unprincipled. In her own words, Ben Shapiro doesn't care if kids die in school shootings as long as he gets his paycheck, because he isn't against the Second Amendment. That was, oh wait, that was TYT's words, but, yeah, that was TYT's words, and I was talking about Anna Kasparian. Well, Anna Kasparian said that, and then on Ben Shapiro at Politicon, she said the exact opposite of that to his face when she condemns people for doing that. In fact, she tried to condemn Ben Shapiro, I'm sure, for doing that. I'm sure she condemns Tucker Carlson for doing that a lot, and it's probably not fucking true. She's probably just too fucking stupid to realize it, though. But guess what? After that debate at Politicon, she just kept on business as usual on her actual show, just saying the same shit she always had about Ben Shapiro and how horrible and unprincipled and just a fake phony and horrible, just disgusting human being he was, who was just really unprincipled. And here she was, like, 1 to 2 months ago, just back on Ben Shapiro to repeat the exact same lies she'd just been saying. Is anyone on the left calling her out? Are you gonna call her out? Like, I'm gonna guess not.
Little credit for that, please.
Well, that's also just a
and
quick
if you're
note.
wondering, Jesus, I'm gonna have to open yet another tab. Yeah, this is Ken, so a lot of fucking
$69 US Special Forces device turns men into beasts.
That's fucking hilarious, dude. So yeah.
Huh. If you took a low-paying job, that was a higher paying.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Ben Shapiro and who he is. Ben Shapiro forgot that he's a talentless.
My headphones are not working that well right now.
In every sense of the word. I get it. He speaks quickly, and it's easy to trick people into thinking you're smart when you speak quickly. But if you listen to the substance of what he's saying, it is easily debunkable, and we're going to debunk it today.
I bet if she ever saw him at Politicon, she would say the exact opposite of that, in fact.
So, Ben is known for being sharp, being able to defend his viewpoints without engaging in personal.
Yeah, talking about personal attacks, Jesus Christ.
I get it. He speaks quickly, and it's easy to trick people into thinking you're smart when you speak quickly. But if you listen to the substance of what he's saying, it is easily debunkable, and we're going to debunk it today. But before I get to that, remember, Ben Shapiro is a very well-paid puppet for the right wing, right? They found him. They realized, hey, you know what? He would be a great mouthpiece for what we want. For Democrats, stop focusing on scaring people about the scary right-wing candidates and offer them real solutions that you're going to fight for. I think that's the only long-lasting winning strategy for Democrats. Are they going to do it? No, because they're captured by the money.
I think it's fair to say that. Yeah, are you going to call her out on that shit? This is, like, the biggest person in your fucking circle. Like, she cheers you on more than anyone. She's, like, the co-host. Like, the second biggest, the second biggest fucking person at TYT. Are you, I know, gonna even address her blatantly lying when, unlike Tucker Carlson, she wasn't fucking cornered. She just did it for fucking clicks. Like, just to appeal more to people. Like, are you gonna fucking mention that? Like, at all? No.
But that's also a window into how some these right-wingers sleep at night, right? The rest of the media lies.
Jesus Christ.
So I lie, but to achieve the end that I want.
Yeah, and every single right-winger, they just lie too. Yeah, I'm sure. As if most people who are principled, like, as if that shit were the case, like, some people wouldn't resign in protest and expose all of it. As if there wouldn't be a lot of instances that I'd have probably seen y'all just cover all over the fucking place. Just smash that in our face whenever anyone brings up Fox News on the left. They just shove that in our face. Look at all the people who resigned just saying, like, people would probably sign up for that job just to do that. That would have come out. Yeah, that, like, you're just gonna assume that these hosts who are all taking their information from a certain source, they just know. But Republicans don't. Or every Republicans just, I don't know, maybe they're also in their own echo chambers, which are probably stronger because, like, that's their job.
Well, I don't even know if that's true.
Credit.
He's lying there again.
Continue.
Where the fuck is he lying now? What the fuck?
These right-wingers sleep at night, right? The rest of the media lies. So
such a
I
headache.
lie, but to achieve the end that I want.
And I try not to.
Well, I don't even know if that's true.
Credit.
He's lying there again.
Continue.
No, you're just fucking stupid.
Told him, hey mom, I spent 8 years on this degree, but I hate it, and I really want to change jobs. I'm sorry.
And again, and we have the internet to expose the lies. If this isn't 20 years ago when you were on CNN, and we couldn't expose things, we can expose it now, and they still do it.
Well, I guess I would ask myself, like, I mean, I lie. If I'm really cornered or something, I lie. I really try not to. I try never to lie on TV. I just don't, I don't like lying. I certainly do it, out of weakness or whatever. But to systematically lie
And then, of
like
course,
that,
I never mention it afterwards.
without asking yourself, like, why am I doing this? So if these people ask themselves, why am I doing this? You say, well, because I want to protect the system, because I really believe in the system. Okay, who's running the system? You're lying to defend Jeff Bezos? Like, you're treating Bill Gates like some sort of moral leader? Like, are you kidding? Like, how dare you do that? How dare you use your power to protect and guard the powerful,
Rupert Murdoch,
even as you clamped, put your boot on the neck of the weakest piece, some Catholic school kid from Kentucky.
Yeah, and he obviously didn't agree with, like, that stuff, but
it's like a parody. Are you kidding?
Sometimes that guy asks him to say stuff that he might disagree with.
He's a child, and you're using your power to crush him, to wreck his life, like that.
I don't know anything about Rupert Murdoch. I've always heard that name enough to know that it was, like, a name that existed in politics. Yeah, I just learned, like, very recently, talking, like, this past week probably, that he was the owner of Fox News. Like, I don't know anything about him.
And I have to say, there have been many times in the 25 years I've been in TV where I think, are we using this, like, very substantial power that we have to put pictures on the screen to hurt weak people? And I have done that inadvertently over the years because I got carried away. But I really try not to. And everyone who works on our show is very
I've never seen that part. I mean, again,
aware of, like, the most basic rule, which is don't piss down. Don't attack people beneath you. If you're going to, take a punch, make sure it's upward. Someone who's richer, stronger, more powerful, in charge of more things than you are.
Or black or non-white.
Yeah, show me a clip of Tucker Carlson condemning black people and the fucking conversation. You don't have one because that's a fucking straw man.
Oh my god.
That's
great job.
Refuge.
Homonym.
Right.
Afghan refugees.
Right, Afghan refugees, Mexican immigrants who are making this.
Yeah, these people are all black. I'm sure that Like people from the Middle East and from Mexico, they're black. Yeah,
dirty.
Okay.
And the amazing thing is like
dirty. Yeah, Mexicans. Show me the clip.
This guy wants credit for I have really, yeah, right. I mean, just keep going. I mean, main journalist targeted by Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson attacks non-binary CDC worker for.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he might be a transphobe. That's not him being racist.
Being left-wing
and he doesn't hate trans people. He just doesn't believe that it's true. Like a lot of right-wingers believe that, unfortunately, and they're really captured into the moral argument by thinking, well, like this is hurting kids. And when you're already uncomfortable with something, it makes sense. Like you've always known someone. Like I know some girl, you always knew them as a girl, and like now they're a boy. Like that's definitely bizarre to you. That may seem unnatural. And when your intuitions might not already align with it because it's sort of a new thing, and like on top of that, you sort of read the Bible and stuff, and that's sort of like many years old, and like all of that stuff. They like whenever you're already your notions are already preconceived. I'm predisposed to going towards I don't really know what I think about this, and the argument that your party makes is these people are actually dangerous. They're just having a fetish for your kids. I mean, that's a moral argument. That why wouldn't Tucker like be convinced by that, especially if the people like Fox News, the only platform that hasn't rejected him, are saying that type of stuff. I mean,
activist. I mean, this is just like in the past, like what? I don't know, 12 months. I mean, we can find more and more of these. Believe me.
Oh
well,
yeah, bro.
what about the
and
kids?
I'm sure you can, dude. I'm sure all of them. I'm sure you could also say Chinese people. I'm sure like since he says that like COVID started in China. I'm sure he's said that in the past. Donald Trump has. And he's been like fucking like hammered for it. It's like I'm sure you could find a fucking article of you could find a quote of Tucker Carlson mentioning that coronavirus started in China. And I'm sure you could say based off of that he hates black people because I mean, yeah, that's sort of what Mexicans, Middle Eastern people, Chinese people, just keep going. I'm sure all of these people are black. And I'm sure he hates me too because I'm also an immigrant, by the way. So yeah, I guess I'm black too.
From Covington.
Like, dude, are you black? Are you an... I don't know, are you an American? Well, probably is. Oh shit, dude. Like... Sam Cedar pretty much believes that I'm black, so I mean, like, what more do I even have to fucking say to this?
I mean, how many times have we played clips on this show where people are coming up and yelling at kids for wearing masks, or people outside, you know, who are trying to advise school boards?
And Tucker Carlson has shown like videos of like people like school members like harassing people for not wearing masks. So yeah, there are extremes on both sides. Like, what do you want to know? The counter argument has already been made by Tucker Carlson
about mask wearing. Get attacked by people who are saying you're this involved in child abuse, like quoting Tucker Carlson.
Okay, well, Tucker Carlson has actually pointed out people on the other side who do the same fucking thing, so, okay, buddy, like, that's sort of weak, but
Are you kidding me? And this guy, at least is honest enough to admit that he does it, but it's okay, because I try not to. You know, I got news for you, folks. I do this 3 hours a day. I haven't been doing it for 24
I never lie. I've never lied ever. Yeah, okay, dude. Sure. I'm sure Sam Cedar has never lied ever in his fucking life. And, well, guess what? Sam Cedar is not a host of a mainstream media platform. I'm sure Sam Cedar gets to say whatever he wants. And as long as it's not against YouTube's terms of service, I know, maybe if he said some, like, if he started echoing Tucker Carlson's talking points, maybe his like, the people around him might leave him because that's just, like, they would lose respect for him because no longer would I can't deal with that difference. But, if Tucker Carlson went left-wing, he would be deplatformed overnight. He wouldn't get to keep his platform, so the sort of context there, buddy. And he tries not to. Sometimes these mainstream media outlets, you might see that they all go with the same narrative most of the time, sort of like the left-wingers do. Well, Fox News has standards. They have to go with a certain narrative sometimes. Like, the news that is fed down their throat, like, it's sort of gonna be biased, and Tucker Carlson thinks it's subjective, I'm guessing, because, I mean, it's not his job to go seek out the news. His job is reporting on it.
5 years. I've
like,
only been doing it for 50.
Dude, my
And
fucking head
to the extent that we have provided misinformation about things, we correct it.
Yeah.
The Black Lives Matter protests. Are police officers racist?
There's no situation where
are police officers more racist than, you know, the average person who also isn't racist, because pretty much no one is fucking racist. Have you corrected that false statement?
that I can recall that I consciously lied because I was being cornered.
Ooh, glad I got away with that lie.
Exactly. Or that we would look for someone who was, that we got carried away and took out somebody who is weaker than us or something. But he wants, this is him bragging and taking.
Wait, what tangent is he going on now? Dude, like, this is just so funny to look back on now, considering the Dominion lawsuit and how they're fucking interpreting that. Like, that's fucking hilarious, dude. What? I didn't catch it. How is he like, what is that about?
Or that we would look for someone who was, that we got carried away and took out somebody who is weaker than us or something. But he wants, this is him bragging and taking the moral high ground.
Well, because he had. So go on, Matt.
I was just gonna say, like, a good.
Well, that's him defending his fucking position. I'm sure if you were being like, people will do that. They defend it. Like, what is he supposed to condemn his own fucking? You say, I do not believe what I believe. Like, is that what he's supposed to say? I disagree with myself. Like, no, he's just justifying his fucking position. Like, he's justifying, like, what, like, yeah, I wouldn't lie. Like, I'm principled. Like, I might lie sometimes, of course, but I'm fucking principled.
Follow-up would be like, what were these lies, and why did you say them, and yeah, what is the truth?
Yeah, and
Ruben didn't do it?
Where was the correction on your TV show for the, because you have a lot of power, as you say, and a lot of responsibility.
But you get a win.
Yeah, because when people hit I lie sometimes, it's like, you'd imagine, like, the average person lies sometimes. They might try now, but, like, dude, I'd imagine the average fucking person you'd meet, like, if you told them, hey, like, if you asked them, have you ever lied, and they said no, I'm sure most people around them would look at them and go, you're fucking lying, dude, right now. Because, people do lie. Dude, that was like a puberty voice crack right there. That was sort of gay. But, people fucking lie. And when he's like, I try not to, I act based on my principles, and he's saying that to make a comparison to people who aren't fucking principled. Like him saying, I try never to lie on my show, but, like, if I was really cornered, I guess I'd lie. That is not him saying, I fucking lie on my show. Like, that's two different statements. That's him just sort of giving grounds on, like, where it's okay to lie, to set the distinction between what, say, MSNBC is doing and what he might consider to be acceptable type lying. Like, what, like, how he thinks, that's how we should approach lying. Like, you really try your best never to fucking lie, especially on TV, and that's what he does. And that's why he was fucking outraged over having to, like, lie about the election outcomes as you fucking covered. Like, this is so funny.
Window, as I said earlier, into
you
like...
just laughed it off.
The
this is so fucking hilarious.
The number one priority is furthering the restoration of this white right-wing America, and if I have to kind of scapegoat somebody, or if I have to tell a lie in order to achieve that...
Yeah, it's not coming back, because the white supremacy movement is pretty much as relevant today as the Flat Earth movement is today. So, CNN's gonna keep trying really hard. They have spent years literally just shitposting in the hopes of reviving white supremacy. It's not gonna happen. Not even with CNN. That shows how fucking, little chance they have. So, is Tucker Carlson that dumb that he doesn't realize this, even though he talks about it? He talks about the fact that nobody here is fucking racist. Like, yeah, that's the audience he's
and then that is like how I need to operate, and everybody in the media operates the same way I do, so I'm just doing it in service of my agenda and also to make a shit ton of money on my television program while I talk about elites.
Right, buddy.
Yeah, so
he was born fucking rich. Why would he bust his ass off on this network? Fucking year after year, when he's already fucking rich, dude. Like, for all I know, he could probably buy an island and have everything he might ever want, ever. I don't know, like, maybe he wants to change the country for the better?
Trying not to is paramount.
No, it's like, you see all the insane shit. Like, all the bullshit he's having to deal with from, like, being in this political thing, and, like, he stated, like, in his personal life, he tries not to fucking talk about politics, like, I don't know, like, around his family, like, he's just, like, with his kids and stuff, he doesn't talk about politics. And that's, like, politics must really be a big burden on his fucking life, because he is one of the most hated fucking people, and it keeps biting him in the fucking ass to be the #1 Fox News host, like, shit like the Dominion lawsuit. Yeah, when everyone's on your ass, that's going to fucking happen. You know, to be fair, I don't necessarily blame them. Like, I mean, their company was getting hurt by that, and Trump sort of started that dum-dum, and they had to go along with it. Not really Tucker's fault again, but, I forgot what the fuck I was saying.
There. And notice, too, who elicits his sympathy as somebody who is
really great,
who is like weak or, you know, not worthy of being attacked by the media. It's always white people. It's always people.
Tucker Carlson thinks white people are weak. Oh, and he lies out of weakness. What? Or is he calling white people liars too? I'm sure you could keep going on that tangent. You're really good at that. What else does he think of these dirty white people like me? Oh, I forgot. I'm black according to you. Dude, like, you're fucking hilarious.
You fit a certain mold, and it's not.
It really is impressive that for a guy who's championing the weakest and least powerful in society, that he's never been able to find a black person or an immigrant or a refugee who's in that situation.
Well, sometimes if they fit his agenda, yeah. Catholic school kid.
All right, folks. I'm sorry. I didn't realize what time it was. It's 2:40 already. We gotta get going.
Yeah, I should get going too. I mean, what the fuck did he say?
Who's in that situation?
Well,
for a guy who is championing the weakest and least powerful in society, that he's never been able to find a black person or an immigrant or a refugee who's in that situation.
Well,
yeah, I'm sure he fucking has. I don't know what was this guy? Yeah, I think he was probably a white dude. Like the guy with Destiny wanted to debate Sensu over that. Like Carl Rittenhouse actually. Yeah, I think Kanye. How about Kanye? Now Kanye is fucking insane. It's stupid, but like well, that's pretty funny that, yeah, in retrospect, looks like y'all are fucking retarded. Again, well, Kanye, I think he's black. And apparently he thinks he's Jewish because he's black, and he hates the Jews. Yeah, Kanye is a complicated person. I would not defend, specifically his ideas. The guy is funny, but he's fucking retarded. But, yeah, I think that's gonna conclude my live stream. I think this was a great live stream. I never got any, like, decent amount of views, but, yeah, I think, this was pretty good, so hopefully y'all have enjoyed this. Let me just, see, I'm guessing I didn't get any new subs from that. Yeah, how many views is it? Yeah, I'm gonna see after, so hopefully y'all have enjoyed this, and I will see y'all next time. Peace.